All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Boise City Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing. We have a few opening remarks and then the chair will discuss how we'll proceed this evening. The commission is made up of citizen volunteers appointed by the mayor and approved by the city council. They make final decisions on conditional use permits. If a decision is made tonight, it may be appealed to the city council, provided the appeal is filed within 10 days of the final decision. In order to file an appeal, you must have given written testimony in advance or verbal testimony at tonight's hearing. Each member of the public is allowed up to 3 minutes for testimony. We are strict with this time as it is limited in code. The commission does utilize a consent agenda. This means that if the applicant agrees with the staff report and then there's no public opposition, that item will be placed on the consent agenda. All items that are placed on the consent agenda are approved with one motion without further public comment. Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Celine. You've heard me say it before, and I will say it again. Our main goal tonight is to have a fair hearing, a hearing where all voices are heard with courtesy and respect. And so we have a couple of simple rules for tonight's hearing. First, do not call out, cheer, clap, or heckle from the audience. Please do not interrupt the speaker. Everyone will get a chance to speak. And second, when speaking, please address your comments only to the commission and not to the other audience members, the applicant, or the city staff. If we receive comments with raised voices or profanities, or that are disrespectful to the commission staff or the applicant, we will stop your time and push you to the end of the line for public comments. This includes our online testimony. If you ask a question, the applicant may choose to answer the question during their rebuttal time. The commission, however, cannot answer questions during the testimony. We're here to listen to all the evidence and make a decision. We have a lot of interest in this item, so I want to outline a few things. If you have already spoken at the hearing last week, you are prohibited from speaking tonight. If you've submitted written comments ahead of the hearing, we want to make it clear that the commission has read them. We do not need you to repeat your comments verbally tonight. We'd like to make sure we hear from everyone who wants to speak, but do not need to hear from those who have already submitted written comments. And out of respect for time, we don't need to hear the same comments over and over again. We plan to close the hearing tonight around 10 or 10:30 this evening and still have several agenda items to get through. This is why we ask for new comments this evening and to hear from anyone who hasn't submitted written comments in advance. For those who have submitted comments or spoke last week or will speak tonight, you will be considered a party of record, which means that you're able to speak at a future hearing if the decision is appealed to the city council. If you submitted written comment, you do not need to present your comments again tonight. You are already a party of record. If you have not submitted written comments and have not already testified, but would like to be a party of record, feel free to use your time to simply state that you support or are not in support of the project. Everyone still wants to speak, will get their 3 minutes to speak, but we encourage you not to use the whole 3 minutes if your point has already been made on the record. Using just a few seconds of your time to state your name, address, and whether you support or not will also allow you to be a party of record, which again means that you'll be able to speak at a future hearing if the decision is appealed to city council. Okay, once we make our way through the consent agenda and a few deferral requests, we'll begin on item number 2 with the public testimony tonight. Everyone has up to 3 minutes to speak. Again, we'd like to hear from those who haven't submitted written comments in advance, who have not already spoken on this item, and we are interested in hearing just new comments or evidence that we haven't read in our packet or heard already on this project. Finally, we'll finish with the applicant's rebuttal, and then the commission will deliberate and make a decision before we move on to the other items. We will wrap this meeting around 10 or 10:30, and we'll do our best to make it through as much of the agenda as we can. Okay, will the clerk please call the roll? Here.
Schaefer.
Here.
Squires.
Here.
Blanchard.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Gillespie.
Here.
Finfrock.
Here.
Stanley.
Here.
Mooney.
Here.
All present.
Okay, great. So for the consent agenda tonight, I'm going to start with item number 1. This is CPA 21-5 for the city of Boise. This is Pathways Master Plan, comprehensive plan text amendment to adopt the Boise Pathways Master Plan. The applicant is present, so I'm going to just go ahead. Is there anybody present to testify in opposition of this item tonight? Please raise your hand. And so for everybody that is online with their hands raised, I need you to please put them down at this point if you're here to speak on item number 2. I'm looking for people who would like to speak in opposition of item number 1. All the hands went down. Great. Okay, so, oh, now there's 3 up again. Okay, Ms. Frank.
Madam Chair, I believe those are some folks for Interfaith.
Yeah, I know
But
that
if
they
you want to
are,
reiterate that message again.
because they spoke last week too. Okay. So if your hand is raised online right now, I'm just looking for people who would like to speak in opposition of item number 1, which is the Pathways Master Plan. Okay, all the hands went down again. Great. So with that, we'll place item number 1 on the consent agenda. The next item for consideration of the consent agenda is item number 4. This is CAR 21-34 for the city of Boise at 6589 West Victory Road. This is a rezone of approximately 3.5 acres. So again, Ms. Frank, if you can please put your hand down. So I'm now looking for anybody present tonight who would like to speak in opposition of item number 4, which is the rezone of 3.5 acres for the city of Boise on Victory Road. Okay, seeing no hands.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
I may have
Commissioner
missed it. It's a long way down here, but did you ask if the applicant is in agreement?
It's the city, is the applicant in
Oh, I
agreement?
thought we were on the next one.
Still the city of Boise.
Oh, we're still in this. My bad.
Number 4 is still the city of Boise.
My bad.
No problem. I have to assume they're in agreement. Great. So we'll put item number 4 on the consent agenda. The next item for consideration of the consent agenda is item number 9. This is CVA 21-52 for Mill Creek Architecture at 1619 North 30th Street, a variance to encroach into the side yard setback of residential detached garage and ADU. Is the applicant present? Please raise your hand if you're online. Great. Ms. McMillan, are you in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report?
We are.
Great, thank you. And is there anybody present who would like to testify in opposition of item number 9 on 30th Street? Okay, seeing none, we'll place item number 9 on the consent agenda. Next item for consideration is item 11. This is CUP 21-56 for Suntree Language Academy LLC at 1423 South Tyrrell Lane, a conditional use permit for a private commercial school. Is the applicant present? Mr. Snyder, are you in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report?
Yes.
Great. And is there anybody present to testify in opposition of item number 11 tonight? Okay, seeing none, we will place item 11 on the consent agenda. Next item is item number 12. This is CVA 21-53 for Amy Algier Architecture Architect Inc. at 1817 West Brombach Street, a variance to encroach into the rear yard setback for a detached garage and ADU. Is the applicant present? Hi, Amy. I'm sorry to butcher your last name. Are you in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report?
We are. It's Allgaier.
I'm sorry, it was so quiet. Can you just say a little closer to the microphone there? Are you in agreement with the terms and conditions?
We are.
Great. Thank you. Is there anybody present to testify in opposition of item 12 tonight? Okay, seeing none, we'll place item 12 on the consent agenda. And the last item for consent consideration is item number 14. This is PUD 21-56 for platform architecture design at 3520 North Jackie Lane, a conditional use permit for a planned residential development comprised of 5 multifamily units. Is the applicant present? Hi, Ms. Sewell. Are you in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report?
We are.
Thank you. And is there anybody present tonight to testify in opposition of item 14? Okay, seeing none, we will place item 14 on the consent agenda. And the chair will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Blanchard.
Or Schaefer.
Commissioner Schaefer, it's just been so
I
long.
know, it has been a while. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
It's nice to be here.
Sorry, Commissioner Schaefer.
I move to approve the following items on the consent agenda with all of their respective terms and conditions within their staff reports. Items number 1, 4, 9, 11, 12, and 14.
Second.
Okay. I heard second from Commissioner Finfrock. If there's no discussion, will the clerk please call the vote?
Stead,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Gillespie,
Aye.
Finfrock,
Aye.
Stanley.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, great. So we do have a couple of deferral requests that we'll work on now. The first one is item number 5. This is CAR 21-33 for Hatch Design Architecture at 1824 South Van Nelle Street. This is a rezone of approximately 1 acre. Requesting in our late correspondence, requesting deferral to January 3rd. Is there anybody present tonight wanting to testify who could not return to that January 3rd date? Please raise your hand or virtually if you're online. Okay, seeing no hands raised, I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Schaefer,
move to defer item number 5 to January 3rd, 2022.
great. If
Second.
second from Commissioner Finfrock. If there is no discussion, will the clerk please call the vote?
Stead,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Gillespie.
Aye.
Finfrock,
Aye.
Stanley,
Aye.
Mooney.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, next item is item number 7, CAR 21-30 at 1728 South Annette Street, a rezone of 1.45 acres, also PUD 21-52 at 1728 South Annette Street for Erstad Architects, a conditional use permit for plain residential development, requesting deferral to January 3rd. Is there anybody present tonight who would like to testify on item number 7 who is unable to return to that January 3rd hearing date? Okay, seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Schaefer,
move to defer item number 7 to our meeting on January 3rd, 2022.
Second.
second from Commissioner Squires. If there's no discussion, will the clerk please call the vote?
Stead,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Gillespie,
Aye.
Finfrock,
Aye.
Stanley,
Aye.
Mooney.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, next is item 10. This is CUP 21-53 for Adam Grad at 824 West Franklin Street, a conditional use permit to convert an office use into single-family residence, requesting deferral to January 3rd. And is there anybody present tonight who would not be able to return to that January 3rd hearing date that would like to testify on this item? Okay, seeing none, the chair will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Schaefer,
I move to defer item number 10 to our meeting on January 3rd, 2022.
Second.
great second from Commissioner Squires. If there's no discussion, will the clerk please call the vote?
Stead,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Gillespie,
Aye.
Finfrock,
Aye.
Stanley,
Aye.
Mooney.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, next up is item number 13. This is CAR 21-31 for Penelope Constantikis at 2801 West Police Street. This is a rezone of 2.09 acres and requesting deferral to January 3rd. Is there anybody present tonight who would not be able to return to that January 3rd hearing date that would like to testify in item number 13? Okay, seeing none, then the chair will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Schaefer,
I move to defer item number 13 to our January 3rd, 2022 meeting.
Second.
great second from Commissioner Squires. If there's no discussion, will the clerk please call the vote?
Stead,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Gillespie, Finfrock,
Aye.
Stanley,
Aye.
Mooney.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, great. So next we'll move on to
Madam Chair,
Commissioner.
sorry.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
over
Celine.
here. Can we just make a note of number 8? Because we kind of skipped over it and there was a question on Zoom.
Yes,
pulled or not?
I have item 8 still on the agenda to be heard
Okay, because we had to sign up.
because we have a sign up. Yes.
Thanks.
Yeah. I also, let me just while we're at it, I also have item 6 on the agenda to be still heard.
We should have number 3.
2, 3, 6, and
Number
8.
6 and number 8.
Yes. We're all on the same page,
Okay, thank you.
which now puts us back on page number 1 for item number 2. And
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Schaefer.
I will be recusing, let the record show, please, I'll be recusing myself from item number 2 as I'm an employee of the land group and my office has handled the site and landscape plans for this project.
Great. Thank you for helping us through that consent agenda. And I also just wanted to welcome Commissioner Squires back. She has been absent from chambers the last couple of hearings, but has been following along online and is ready to jump in, caught up with the rest of us. She even watched it all twice. Okay, so with that, we're going to start with public testimony again, as I had mentioned, and just like last time, we're going to start in person. And once we finish the in-person testimony, then we will move to the online testimony. So if you are here in person and would like to testify on this item tonight, please go ahead and queue up. There are some X's on the floors right there. We'd like to see at least 3 or 4 people queued up at a time. And then just never leave that podium empty. So as soon as somebody starts walking away from it, we'd love to have somebody else queued up there. Please start with your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. And just a reminder, if you spoke last week, you are prohibited from speaking again tonight. We will be checking names to confirm that. Please go ahead.
Madam Chair, the only
Commissioner-
other thing is if anyone has slides that they want me to share,
Thank you.
I need to either your name or the name of your slides names.
Yeah. And best, actually, if there's a couple people in front of you, you can go whisper to Saline which slide you'll be expecting so that we can have it queued up for you. Worst case scenario, you come up to the podium, and then at that point, let us know your name and that you have slides so that we can pull those up, and please have patience with us while we do. Great. Okay, sir, please go ahead. 3 minutes, start with your name and address.
My name is Lance Woodcock. I live at 3121 North Woody Drive in the Collister neighborhood. We understand that the commissioners prefer not to hear repetitive information, but please realize that everyone who has an interest in this application was not in this room for the entire hearing on November 15th and December 6th, nor have they been able to watch every minute of the hearing online or review the hundreds of pages in the written report. It was difficult last week when those who have concerns about this application were reprimanded throughout the hearing, yet those who testified in support of the application were not admonished as well, even when their information was repeating only the good things the IFS does and it didn't relate to the decision criteria. We asked for equality in due process. We have worked hard to inform ourselves of the local issues for those experiencing homelessness, as well as industry standards and learning about land use law. We are communicating facts, statistics, and evidence to support our concerns in order for you to make an informed decision based on the required decision criteria. This application and these hearings have taken time away from our families just as they do for you. But we are here because we have real reasons backed by evidence that supports the applicant's inability to comply with the 5 required criteria. As commissioners, you are entrusted with the duty to provide and allow the people to be meaningfully heard. In fulfilling this role, you must hear and consider all of the evidence gathered through the public notification and hearing process, even if it is repeated. You must weigh all views, not just the project report prepared by the planning department staff or what gets separated out as expert testimony. I would like to bring your attention to the manner in which a similar issue was addressed by Commissioner Demarest at a hearing on September 15th, 2015, when the commissioner had received a lot of testimony on traffic. She said, "Before I call the next person up, let me suggest that there has been a preponderance of testimony regarding traffic safety issues. We've heard that, and I'm not suggesting anybody shouldn't say anything, and everybody gets their 3 minutes. However, at some point, new evidence counts more than a preponderance of evidence that we've already got a lot of." Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello. Jill Steinmetz, 657
1 West Toby Drive. I've been a homeowner for 17 years and I drive up and down the congested State Street corridor. There is little to no police presence. However, there is excessive speeding. There are accidents where 2 people have been killed, a pedestrian and a cyclist, and heavy congestion with impatient drivers everywhere. Anyone who reads the packet for this application can see that the record shows the police department's letter as being evident that this use and location will place an undue burden on public safety services. The letter specifically addresses the issue in the middle of the second paragraph, and I want to quote, "To effectively address a higher call for service load in the proposed area, BPD's limited resources will be impacted," unquote. There is nothing unclear about this statement. This conditional use request will place an undue burden on the police department's services. This should cause great concern for the decision before you, as section 11-03-03-7C of the Boise Development Code requires you to ensure that the approval is consistent with the general purpose of the code in Title 11, which is to promote the health, safety, and general welfare of present and future residents. Granting this application will not promote safety, and rather it will simply add to the burden that the police department is already carrying. That is what their comment letter is telling you. The burden is because the city has not kept up adequately with staffing the police department to keep up with the current growth in Boise. A November 10th article in the Idaho Statesman reported that we are short nearly 70 positions in the police department. And this is an environment where it is challenging to hire due to our rising cost of housing, and this will not be fixed quickly, nor do we realistically have the financial resources needed to resolve this right now. The revenue needed to keep up with the growth has been a challenge for at least the past decade. The record shows presentations from the city's finance department has warned of the inability for revenue to keep up with the personal costs for as far back as the 2012 budget process. And during the recent 2022 budget process, this issue came up again. An April 15th presentation to the library board shows an outlook for future years presenting challenges due to, quote, personal costs outpacting growth, unquote. For these reasons, this conditional use needs to be denied because it will increase the burden on the police department and that is already struggling with staffing shortages, and it will not ensure the purpose of Boise's development code that it be met. I will be turning in a copy of my oral testimony with this evidence as I have referenced to the planning committee staff so that the information can be uploaded to the city's permitting system. And I'm urging you to deny the CUP based on the public safety concerns for all citizens that use and could use the purpose area in question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diamond.
And I have, yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is Alexandria Danilovich. I live at 8566 West Thunder Mountain Drive. Last Monday, December 5th, while Boise citizens were exercising their right to publicly testify concerns related to this CUP, the IFS lawyer, Mr. Wardle, tweeted several times laughing at those who mentioned the negative impacts of a shelter being placed in a residential neighborhood, slandering them and questioning the veracity of their testimony related to the safety issues around the current IFS location. Today, I want to remind the P&Z Commission that these issues have already been raised by IFS current neighbors, businesses, and developers. For instance, the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association provided to the P&Z Commission a document obtained via public records request compiling exchanges between the city of Boise, Mayor McLean, city officials, police departments, and businesses, and developers in the Shoreline District, the area where IFS is currently located, where they complain about the homeless and transient issues affecting the safety and business growth in our area, end quote. And request assistance. Emails addressed to the Mayor McLean mention, quote, the transient issue has gotten worse over the last 3 months. On the street adjacent to our office, there are trailers piled with trash, many homes parked on the street, and transient crowds camping out, end quote. Business owners complain about employees being harassed and property damage. Also, the increase of camping on the street resulting in spilling of bikes, trash, tarps, etc. onto their property. One email even mentions the, quote, 17th Street disaster, end quote. and for need for action and wonders, quote, why an area so close to downtown in the river with so much potential is going downhill, end quote. On February 25th, 2021, Mayor McLean wrote, I want you to know that I understand the frustration that these issues cause and the impact they have on your businesses, employees, and customers. Let's make it clear. Neighbors are not inventing anything or are afraid because they are ignorant. They raise the same concerns expressed by the neighbors and businesses in the area already surrounding IFS, issues that are well known by the city, the police, and fire departments. There is a clear safety issue downtown around the IFS area, and businesses have asked for help from the city. If these issues are detrimental in a business-oriented neighborhood, reason more to be certain that the negative impacts will be worse in a family-oriented residential neighborhood. The solution for the downtown problem is not to export those issues to the Veterans Park neighborhood. Therefore, because of all the negative safety and economic impacts that are relocating the shelter to that neighborhood,
Thank you.
I
That's
urge
the end
you
of your
to
time
deny
for code. Thank you.
the conditional use permit. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Dave Hopper. I live at 5002 West Alamosa Street. Madam Chair, members of the committee, I have a letter from Senator Grant Burgoyne, that was sent to our neighborhood association, and it reads as follows. Thank you for your email. I share your concerns about the IFS project. I have been very supportive of the city's actions in building housing for homeless, but I believe it needs to be developed in a more comprehensive plan to include, for example, the following. 1, how will the city, other area cities, the county, school districts, other agencies, private developers, and charities work together such that actions on homelessness are coordinated and consistent with community needs and standards? How can Boise better protect neighborhoods from skyrocketing home prices, higher housing density, declining home ownership, changing in housing stock, such as more apartments and rentals? And lastly, 3, how can Boise better protect neighborhoods against crime, other public safety issues, commercial development, blighted areas, and traffic, etc.? There are many moving pieces to a city, and the more the pieces are in sync, the healthier the city will be. The IFS project points up the city's failures to bring these and other pieces of the puzzle together into a comprehensive vision of how to prepare and improve existing neighborhoods to build a better Boise. In my view, the city leadership has done a good job in developing downtown, with some exceptions. However, their vision all too often has not extended to areas outside of downtown, to the rest of the city. The IFS project reminds me of a situation that existed about 20 years ago in my own neighborhood. That neighborhood had a large office building that hosted a large AA group. I am very supportive of substance abuse and rehabilitation, and very much wanted those meetings to continue. However, there were just too many people and too much traffic for that to occur. I think one major issue with the IFS project is its size. Many cities are rethinking the idea of large homeless facilities, rather limiting them to 20 to 30 people for a variety of reasons. Not only do large facilities pose problems for neighborhoods, but they might not be the best for the homeless population they seek to serve. At this point, I don't see how this project should be allowed to go forward unless the city is prepared to adopt a more comprehensive approach that takes into account the true needs of the neighborhoods, the homeless, and other aspects related to these. I understand that many people might disagree with this view, but I think it's important that the city should undertake a broader-based community discussion designed to get all points of view on the table for serious consideration. Let the public officials whose job it is to make recommendations and decisions play their role at the end, not the beginning of the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hopper.
Mark Butler, 1675 East Bishop Way, Eagle, Idaho. Chairman Steed, members of the commission. I live 6,000 miles away. I don't come down here much. I live probably about 6-7 miles away. My experience is extensive. I've been a land use planner for 30 years. I worked for cities for 10 years, ACHD for 2. I've been on the private side for 18. And by the way, your staff is one of the best staff I've ever worked with. I work with staffs throughout the state. I've been qualified in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th district courts to testify on land use and constitutional law as it relates to land use. I've done a lot of my own developments. After working with developers for about 12 years, I got elected to Eagle City Council. This all has a point. So from 2011 to 2015, I was on Eagle City Council. When I was representing developments, which I don't do much now, unfortunately, we considered the people who came in and testified unsophisticated to the point of almost arrogance. You know, I hate to say, hopefully my ways have changed. After being on the council of Eagle I'm against the project in this location. After being on the council in Eagle, I realized that people just don't know the process. As land planners and attorneys and developers, we know the process. So it's really not sophistication, it's knowing the process. And I've looked through all the documents I could find on this, and I thought Ms. Deckard did a very good job sticking to the comprehensive plan and to the code. I don't believe this fits here. I believe you're putting it into an area of urban sprawl. I work a lot downtown Boise, across the street here from City Hall, and I talk to homeless in different spots. You know, I've helped them out. You know, they can walk to McDonald's. They have a lot of urban services downtown. And I think, you know, we want to do the compassionate thing. We want to help them. But to me, it's not compassionate to approve this location. It's better to wait and see if we can have a location down where urban services are. 10-foot fence, Garden City themselves denied my request to do a 10-foot fence around a junkyard. I can't imagine a 10-foot fence in my backyards if I lived here. Comp Plan 344, you utilized it on Alamosa Motel to deny it. That fits here. That was CUP 19-00035. Conditional use permit, you've heard it a million times, 1136C, 7A, I, IV, and V. I don't think you can make those findings. So just as somebody who doesn't live here, I'm definitely not a NIMBY. I've heard people complain about people as being NIMBYs. I think that's bad. If we can look around the emotion and stick to the code, I think this is the wrong spot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Butler.
Hi, Katie Fight, 1006 North 5th Street, Boise. Idaho code requires the city to notify all political subdivisions providing services to a project area, so they have an opportunity to review and comment on the full spectrum of impacts they will experience. I looked at which agencies took the time to comment on this application, and if comments have been addressed in the planning department's project report. Often they are not addressed. The city's project report for this application says that comments from public agencies confirm the proposed use will not be an undue burden on other services. I'll provide examples of where an agency submitted comments that do not support this application, and the planning department did not address this. I want the record to reflect violations of due process here. First, the city entirely failed to send this application for review and comment to two important agencies that will be impacted by this location and type of use: the Garden City Police Department and Farmers Union Ditch Company Limited. Boise has a shared service agreement with Garden City Police Department because their city boundaries are close by, which means the Garden City Police Department will be impacted by IFS proposed location. Their patrol units will often be the closest to respond to an IFS related call, yet they were never contacted. The Farmers Union Canal attorney submitted a letter because a concerned citizen in the Veterans Park neighborhood notified them about this IFS application. This Farmers Union letter is buried on page 1061 of a 1,779 page packet, rather than being included directly in the project report with other agency comments. The attorney expressed concern as the canal and maintenance road are directly across the street and easily accessible from the proposed site, creating both safety and trespass issues. The letter concludes with the following: Farmers Union respectfully requests that Boise deny the proposed conditional use application for the shelter. Boise Zoning Code 11-01-03 states that the code's purpose is to promote the public health, safety, and general welfare of present and future residents. Failure to follow proper procedures with other agencies that bear directly on the health, safety, and general welfare of the neighbors in this area, the other established shelters that are already present and their guests and staff, and any potential IFS shelter guests and staff, thwarts the Boise City zoning code's whole purpose. Further, the city has not included the planning division transmittal sheet in the project report, nor in the online permitting system that the public can view. Without being transparent with this important procedural document, the public and the commissioners can't see which agencies were provided notification in relation to which agencies chose to submit their comments. How can the commissioners
Time.
fulfill their duty?
Thank you, Ms. Veit.
My name is Leah Stevens Clark, and my address is 806 South Owyhee Street. Madam Chair and Planning and Zoning Commissioners, I would like to thank you for providing me with the opportunity to testify tonight in favor of Interfaith Sanctuary's proposed new location. My parents and I moved to Boise in 1979 when I was 5. Do the math. Like many of the other Boise citizens who have testified, I too am concerned about the children in our community. I'm currently employed as the Director of Education at Interfaith Sanctuary, and my position includes creating a warm and safe environment for children and families, those youngest members of our community who are currently experiencing homelessness. I myself, a single mother of 2, a daughter who's 12, and a son who's 15. If we were to find ourselves in the same predicament as many of our neighbors without a home, Interfaith Sanctuary would be the only shelter that could provide a safe place for my whole family. The mission of Interfaith Sanctuary is dear to me and desperately needed in our community. What would our world be like if children were kept separate from old people, medically fragile people, or single people? In my experience, housing families, the elderly, single men and women together reflect the demographics of many neighborhoods and apartment buildings in many communities. It has become a colloquialism to say it takes a village to raise our children. Interfaith Sanctuary is that village to many children. People in the village, like our elderly friend Laura, who would come out of her room at the shelter to participate in arts and crafts and games with the children. And when Laura passed away from COVID during this deadly surge this fall, it was the children down the hall who took in her beloved service dog and gave him a home. Belonging is a basic human need, and being accepted as a valued member of a community when one might feel discarded or marginalized by society is one of the greatest gifts that we can provide. When a family is lacking the basic needs of shelter, warmth, rest, food, safety, and security, belonging with others who understand that every human deserves dignity, kindness, and hope is the most valuable offering. In closing, I invite you to consider a job of P&Z, land use. The shelter plans are an appropriate use for the location as defined by Boise City Transit-oriented development along State Street, which specifically calls for retrofitting existing buildings and achieving diversity in housing types. This will be accomplished by the renovation of the former Salvation Army building by Interfaith Sanctuary. Blueprint Boise asks us to consider how to sustain the livability we enjoy today as Boise grows into a regional center for housing and employment. That livability must include those neighbors among us who find themselves without housing, those among us who need sanctuary in the city we all call home. I would like to dedicate my testimony tonight to my friend Douglas. He's turning 5 and celebrating his birthday at Interfaith Sanctuary tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Douglas Clark.
Good evening, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Kathy Uresti Burney, and my address is 4228 North Sandcastle Place in the Collister neighborhood. In last month's meeting, we heard Chief Lee say that a shelter has potential to cause considerable impact to the surrounding community, and that successful operation would require a commitment to have open lines of communication. This commitment to communication is also echoed in the task force recommendation for a good neighbor agreement. However, in reading the public testimony, we read that a business owner, multiple neighbors, and other engaged observers Each reported that Interfaith had either misrepresented the occurrence or level of communication or completely sidestepped answering questions directly related to the impacts during the various meetings. Thus, there is no reason to presume good communication from Interfaith. Here are a few examples of exchanges with Interfaith that have eroded the neighborhood trust. Interfaith made an outlandish claim to the Collister Neighborhood Association that neighbors attending a meeting they held in March had filled and placed bottles of urine at the proposed site. Untrue. Interfaith leaves a sticker up on their front window at the proposed location as an apparent PR move, telling the police, quote, "This kind of stuff needs to be documented with all the contentious council member seats coming up." And that, quote, "She wished to leave the sticker up so that the media could get a hold of this and let it soak in for a while, all the while implying the neighborhoods were to blame." Interfaith therefore implies that neighbors are to blame for trash on their site, saying, quote, "People have previously dumped trash and large amounts of dog feces at the site." Or in April, Interfaith says they delayed the project to have more conversation with the neighbors. But this doesn't seem sincere because at the time, they contacted many press outlets, but never formally contacted the neighborhoods. And Interfaith telling the task force that they had reached out to the neighborhood association last November, when in truth, that didn't actually happen until 2 days before Christmas. And then telling the task force there are so many things that were supposed to happen that because of the opposition, we were unable to do so. Always blaming. Interfaith, a 501c3 organization that isn't allowed to campaign, referring to 2 city council candidates as, quote, "These women are dangerous." Interfaith's pattern of overstating, blaming, and untruths makes it impossible to trust they'll meet their commitments to the law, the city, and their neighbors.
Time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening. Gretchen Hoyt, 891 North Lander Street. I have been a registered nurse for over 30 years, 8 years in Alaska as the only nurse on an Indian reservation, 14 years at St. Luke's downtown in the ER, critical care, and as a sexual assault nurse examiner, 8 years at the Boise VA, with 3 of those years managing a 32-bed unit of veterans needing short-term, long-term, and hospice care. I have a unique set of skills and an intimate understanding of group dynamics, especially in high-stress settings. I stand solidly against the current rush to place Interfaith's low-barrier shelter on State Street. The CUP is not in alignment with the approval criteria 1, 3, and 4. That being said, and I hope everyone is listening, there is great potential for the State Street site if it were a piece of coordinated, well-planned system addressing the growing homeless situation in the city. Studies across the country show that when cities take the time to work together on the homeless issue, they have a much higher success rate. This is a moment in time, Boise. It is clear that just hastily moving the current Interfaith Alliance operating model from 15th Street to State Street is not the answer. The answer lies with all of us working together, all of us, state and county government, real estate developers who are expert in large project developments, corporate leaders and board members that help the process and stop threatening to throw up their hands and walk away if they don't get the only spot that can work. All Boise neighborhoods must welcome small, situation-specific residences into their neighborhoods. Interfaith Alliance has to step up and find a different place for the 10 to 20% of the homeless in Boise who truly do need a low-barrier shelter. But a low-barrier shelter is not compatible in the current sought-after location. I know Boise can rise to this challenge. We are at a critical crossroads right now where each action has enormous long-term consequences. We must slow down and come together as a community now. We can follow Houston and Phoenix and other cities and rise up out of local contention, distrust, and fragmentation to face this huge challenge together. After watching Our Path Homes Executive Committee meeting this morning, I finally have a glimmer of hope. Much work has already and is already being done in Boise at both the level and national organizational spots. The groundwork for community solution and attainable goals has already begun. But if we rush this CUP without careful thought and open minds, Boise as a whole will go the way of Portland, Eugene, Seattle, and countless other cities that did not plan together. All they did was fight. And we will be dragged into shame and disgrace of homeless encampments on sidewalk strips and off-ramps in the city that we all love and call home very deeply.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
White.
Thank you. My name's Gino White. I live at 4930 North Maplewood Drive, which is in the Collister neighborhood. Thank you for having the patience to listen to this. I served about 20 years in government. And for about the last 10 years, I've been a private business person. I really appreciate the fact that you're willing to listen to everyone. I have a business. It's in the Collister neighborhood. I travel by this site every day, sometimes twice a day. Just about everything I've heard in opposition to this could be applied to just about any use. And it could be adopted for any opposition. I think we should welcome the Interfaith facility here, and I urge you strongly to do that. I'll leave my time for somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Carla Velez, 1620 West River Street. Thank you, Planning and Zoning Commission, for this opportunity to speak about Interfaith Sanctuary's proposed new location. I'm a case manager and the current supervisor for the family shelter. I have witnessed an increase in the need for our services. I receive phone calls daily from families and individuals who cannot receive services anywhere else. We serve families that fall into homelessness for many reasons. For example, mom, dad, and 3 kids from Caldwell that lost everything because mom got diagnosed with cancer and they could not keep up with their medical bills. 75-year-old school teacher from Boise with limited savings and nowhere to go because housing is so expensive. Navy veteran from Nampa who's primary caregiver for a teenager with autism. A father from North Idaho fleeing domestic violence whose child has developmental and physical disabilities. We especially focus on families and individuals with no other safe place to go because the current shelter programs do not serve those populations. For example, single mothers with teenage sons because teenage males cannot stay in shelters for women and children. Single fathers with children because the men's shelters do not accept children. Adults of advanced age with terminal illnesses and chronic medical conditions that do not have the physical ability to come and go every day, which is a requirement for overnight emergency shelters. Having a permit for a new location will allow us to provide 24/7 access to a safe place, which is vital when you understand the trauma of being homeless. It's detrimental to our health, both mental and physical. Providing 24-hour access to shelter will have a positive impact because it would reduce demand for acute medical, psychiatric, and other emergency services, which are already limited in our city. As a social work professional, I have seen firsthand the effectiveness of having on-site wraparound services like educational support for adults and kids, job training, mental health care, recovery classes, and access to medical care. This new location allows us to provide our clients with these on-site services, which are proven successful interventions to mitigate the trauma of being on shelter and in danger. Solving housing insecurity and homelessness will take innovation, resources, and commitment from our entire community. I think Boise must live up to its potential and move faster because for every family or individual experiencing homelessness in Boise, there are more on the verge of falling into it. Thank you, Planning and Zoning Commission, for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kayana Gunther, and my address is 1620 West River Street, Boise, Idaho, 83702. Thank you, Planning and Zoning Commission, for this opportunity to speak about Interfaith Sanctuary's proposed new location. I am a social worker at Interfaith. I work daily with guests who are climbing out of the ladder of homelessness. This starts with the most basic information, such as getting identification, all the way to permanent housing. I've worked with Interfaith since July of 2019 and have been involved with Interfaith since January of 2018. Unlike the social workers you heard last week who are advocating for NIMBY policies, I am advocating for the population and what is best practice with the resources Boise has. My experience with Interfaith has been nothing short of incredible. I have gained so much knowledge and wisdom over the years from the guests staying with Interfaith as well as the staff. When I first started volunteering with Interfaith as a service learner through BSU, I was apprehensive. I had my head full of negative words from the people around me about the people who experience homelessness. I decided to start my path with Interfaith with a free mind, free of other people's negative voices. I told myself that I would listen to those who were in the situation themselves, not people speaking from a stance of housing privilege. In doing so, I learned about the community and their struggles. I learned about guests' individual concerns and stories. I learned what barriers they were facing and what I could do to help them overcome their specific barriers. In learning to listen, I have learned more about the community than I ever thought I could. I now know that they are a helpful and willful community. I know that they're strong and can overcome adversity. I understand that the negative stigmas I had previously learned from this society are just that. The truth lies in the community experiencing homelessness itself. Where is your Boise kind? Where is the humanity that cares for others? Politics should not dictate whether or not a privately funded who is not asking for city monies continues their mission for caring for those who have seemingly been cast away by society. I believe you should approve the CUP because it will bring 24/7 access to a new facility. It will bring a day shelter that can be utilized regardless of how hot or cold it is. It will bring more on-site programming for those experiencing mental health concerns who want to recover from their addictions, as well as programming specific for families, preschool, and a medical clinic for those that are medically fragile. I believe that in bringing more stability to the community experiencing homelessness, there will come more growth. In growth, there will come more opportunities that will lead people out of homelessness. The other day, I referred out 5 people right before it snowed, and it was the worst thing I had to do. I urge you guys to accept the CUP and to approve it. I would like to thank the Planning and Zoning Commission for allowing me the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Ms. Gunther.
Hi, I'm Vicki Danachek at 4625 West Alamosa. And I've not heard anyone through the meetings I've attended in my neighborhood or in the meetings that I've attended here. I haven't heard anyone say we don't need a shelter or that the shelter isn't doing good works. I would favor several smaller shelters for many reasons, one of which, excuse me, is not to overwhelm one school district with the poorest of the poor students. Another would be illness. But I realize that that's not what you've been presented with. You've been asked to consider the one mega shelter that does not meet the current needs or the future needs of the homeless. I'm concerned on several levels. One with the road, which will soon be quite like Eagle Road, with 3 lanes into town and 3 lanes out of town, and it will not let you turn left unless you're at a light. I'm concerned about the parking. On tonight's news, a local, one of the partners called Catch, reported that there are currently 250 people living in their vehicles here locally. And the shelter has said that they will feed anyone that shows up. And even if these 250 people drive in for one of the meals, the parking will not support that. Also, so I'm concerned about security in the shelter, as well as security in the neighborhood. I have heard a lot of people say that this is not the right location. I agree that this is not the right location. And if we get this wrong, it will be a disaster. And I feel that we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki.
Dale Danachek, 4625 West Alamosa Street. When I first heard about the shelter moving in, I wasn't so against it. And as I've read in the newspaper and on the news, the neighborhood is being victimized now as being unchristian, uncaring. We don't care about the homeless. This isn't true. I think Interfaith has done a great job. And when I first heard about the sanctuary moving, I thought it was going to be for homeless women and children, or men and children, or people trying to find a home. And then the task force started. And when they came back and said, oh, we recommend this, but we want it to be a low barrier shelter. And I went, what's a low barrier shelter? That means no one can be denied entrance into the shelter for drug addiction, alcoholism, mental health issues. They can't be denied services, whether they're currently inebriated, on drugs, or having a mental health issue. And I said, well, why would they do that? Then I did a little research. And I realized that we have an urban renewal plan for Shoreline Drive to make it an attractive area for builders to move into. But builders don't want to move into an area with, oh, homeless people. So we're the bad people. So let's kick the can down the road. This is not the solution. This is really not the solution. I firmly believe that the city needs to help homeless, but we need to find a solution that is not mass warehousing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Danachek.
Hello, my name is Krista Perry, and my family and I live at 830 North River Path Lane, directly adjacent to Willow Lane Park. I appreciate you all giving the time to listen to testimony. I've listened to about half of the testimony so far, and so understand just a hair what you're going through. Throughout the testimony, you've heard many of the relevant and critical points I planned to make related to the specific CUP elements, that it's not compatible with other uses in the neighborhood, that it will place an undue burden on transportation and other public facilities, and that it will adversely affect other property. People have discussed various elements of this, such as the size of the shelter, the limited parking, the concerns about the bus stop that will be shared with my children going to school, the concentration of poverty, and the impact on the intended uses of our park. These concerns would take drastic increases in city resources and cost to manage if they can be managed at all. So I'm actually here today to appeal to you emotionally. I've been discussing this, wrestling with this, debating it, thinking about it, creating plans on it, meeting about it for about 12 months, and I'm not even close to as involved as many. And the reason we're so passionate about this is not because we don't believe in the mission and the need and the value of IFS. In fact, most of us have supported them with money or time in the past. It's not as simple nor as accurate to say, quote, we oppose the mere existence of homeless people, as was quoted in the paper recently. If you spend any time in our neighborhood, homeless people are already visible. And I do like to use that as a learning opportunity for my children. However, as a sixth generation Idahoan, I'm invested in my city and my neighborhood, and also have to consider the impact on my family and our safety. Should I let my kids go to the park alone? I already do, but what is going to be the impact of that if there's an influx of people wandering around? Should I let my kids take the bus to school when they're standing out in the dark, when there's another set of community members standing out there with them now? I have to understand this and digest this for myself. So I urge you to deny this application because we should be doing this the right way. We know there are other options for locations. We know there are other sizes and models of shelters. In direct opposition to what one IFS board member said earlier in testimony, the Shelter Better Task Force was hamstrung to effectively explore and analyze other locations. Quoting from that final recommendation document, quote, although the original charge for the task force included a recommendation for a specific location to site shelter, an adjustment was made to not include a specific siting recommendation. This was due to an expressed unease among some task force members about the gravity of the decision they were asked to make, and in recognition that the task force was not empowered to decide in the way that the Planning and Zoning Commission and ultimately the Boise City Council are as decision makers. We need to explore those without rushing and pushing this forward on the premise that something is better than nothing. We have an opportunity to integrate their need for more space into a better holistic approach to housing in
Thank you,
Boise.
Ms. Perry.
Let's
That's
not
the end
let
of your time, Ms. Perry. Thank you, as per code.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jean Haney, spelled H-O-E-N-E.
If you wouldn't mind just pulling that microphone down so that we hear you for the record. Thank
Jean
you.
Haney,
Thank you.
H-O-E-N-E, 3017 West Good Street in Sunset neighborhood. I'm speaking as someone that can see both sides of this. I've lived both sides of this. For 18 years in the Northwest, I worked for and volunteered for an equine therapy nonprofit. And we saw many miracles in the populations, kids of all ages, families, adults, veterans, the girls that were in drug rehab, lockup for the state. I worked as a foster family liaison between the agency and the foster families. So with the equine therapy, we brought kids from the shelters families, and we took the animals to the shelters, nursing homes, fundraisers, and just out in the community. So I also took arts and craft classes to the shelters, catering to the shelters, and many donations to the shelters. So working on that side of it with the kids and the families. And then I was injured in 2 car accidents that were 4 months apart, and I ended up not being able to work. So I ended up in public housing in Bellingham, Washington, that happened to be a family housing property. So I saw the other side of it with the families that came out of shelters and had their housing. And within months, most of them were headed back to the streets again because of the influence of either the old boyfriend, maybe it was the new friend from the shelter, or maybe it was a family member that brought the drugs in, and the kids would be back out there again. So I don't think that these families should be in with the regular other populations in this big of a shelter. And I don't see why we can't create a shelter that houses men and women, singles and families together. Everyone's concerned about all that, and then we don't have that, and the IFS is the only place to do that. I don't see why we couldn't make something like that. But I've seen the influences of people that are in shelters. I've worked seen many miracles with equine therapy. And it's just horrifying to me to see this go into this neighborhood. I happened to live at Shoreline when I first got back here for 3 years, right near IFS. And now I'm in the Sunset neighbor, and I breathe a sigh of relief every time I use the small post office over at Collister, and I'm not in the stressful situation that is happening down on the other side. And I just hate to see that come in here. Please don't do this CUP as planned. It's just too big. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haney.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Brote. I live at 2621 North 29th Street in the Sunset neighborhood. My family does support the less fortunate. We serve a meal every Tuesday at the Emmanuel Lutheran Church for the less fortunate. And we also recently donated more than 800 meals to Corpus Christi in the unfortunate closure of our restaurant. However, the decision before you involves the highest of public interest, citizen safety, and the highest of private interest, and the protection of private property. The city's record shows ample evidence that the type of use proposed in this application impacts both of these issues. Boise Neighbors for Better Housing has placed both of these issues into the record for your review with 59 pages of written testimony backed by an appendix with 394 pages to support a defensible decision of denial. We chose to be detailed and thorough in order for the commissioners to be able to make an independent decision founded on sound reason and practical application of recognized principles of the law. We did this to avoid any unnecessary lawsuit that would potentially be paid for by our taxpayers of Boise. The content includes the Boise Police Department's CPTED study data, which overwhelmingly establishes the increased safety risks to people and property with the type of use requested in this application. The content also includes evidence gathered through public records requests for the businesses near the existing IFS location. These businesses have experienced adverse effects by being in the vicinity of a large low barrier homeless shelter, and their emails sent to the city provide descriptive and visual evidence of their concerns, complaints, and code violations, along with the harm that is occurring to their real estate interests. The emails reflect some of the most powerful business interests in the city who have inside connections and open lines of communication to the city and police administration. The record shows that they have attempted to have adverse impacts to their businesses addressed generally unsuccessfully for more than 2 years. If impacts to these businesses could not be resolved, what hope is there that the impacts to unconnected residents of the disadvantaged Veterans Park neighborhood will be allowed to be resolved? As commissioners, you are expressly authorized to deny a CUP application when the location is not compatible to other uses in the general neighborhood and when the proposed use will adversely affect other properties in close vicinity. The substantial evidence clearly shows two things. One, you cannot make a finding that this is compatible, that this is a compatible location for this type of use. And two, you cannot make a finding.
Thank you, Ms. Sprout. That's the
Of no
end of the
adverse
time. Thank
impact.
you.
Thank you.
My name's Rafael Lopez. I'm at 3011 North Arthur Circle. I've been living in that neighborhood for about 14 years. And I raised my 29-year-old there when he was about 14. And also my 13-year-old that's in Alaska now. But I raised him there in that house. I'm compassionate for IFS for doing what they're doing, but for the safety of my neighbors, I oppose the IFS proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Okay, it looks like that is the end of our in-person testimony. So we will take a 5-minute break and then come back and hear the online testimony.
Madam Mayor, hopefully everyone can hear us now. I just want to reiterate, if you have slides that were sent in earlier, so we're going to keep everyone as an attendee. We're not going to change anyone over to a panelist role. So if you have slides, we'll have to unmute you and then tell me your name or the slides names in order for me to share. If you have slides at home that I don't have in advance, we'll wait to hear your testimony. We'll skip to the next person. So then we can load you up as a panelist so you can share your screen. And remember that the chat is just for technical difficulties. We really don't want to have to turn it off. Folks chatting in right now that says, these are my slides. We're going to take everyone in the order of the raised hands. So hopefully you can see that order at home. I don't know where everyone is listed at the moment. So the chair will list off the first 3-4 folks. So when you start hearing your name, let me know when you've got slides, potentially. Maybe we'll do it that way.
Yeah, that sounds great. So I'll list the next 3 names at a time or so. And as we work our way through that, if you hear your name, then you can say in the chat that you have slides coming up with your name and the slides names. That would be helpful. Otherwise, if that doesn't happen, when we call your name and it's your turn to speak, you're welcome to at that point, tell us about your slides. But please be patient with us. We will be patient with you.
And I guess just a reminder or just FYI for everyone at home, there are 57 attendees right now.
63. Oh yeah, 57.
We've got 23 hands raised. I assume that we will have more hands raised. So keep your hands raised. We will get through the list. We're not going to say when folks aren't up next. We'll just list off the next 3 or 4 at a time.
Yeah. Great. And so if you would like to testify on this item tonight and are online, please virtually raise your hand.
Because we will take it first come, first serve.
Yeah, we'll take it as quickly as we can moving down the list. So, and it is the order, I should clarify, it is the order that Zoom puts it on my screen. So that might be different than your screen. But that's why I'm going to give a couple names at a time as we work our way through this, and we'll get through everybody as best we can. Okay, so starting with Darcy Horton and then Barrett Norman and Quentin Seward. That's who I'm seeing up next. So Darcy, please go ahead when you're ready. Start with your name and address and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Darcy Horton. I'm at 1701 North 12th Street, Boise, Idaho. Since the early 2000s, the city of Boise, along with multiple government agencies, have invested significant public funds and staff resources into numerous planning efforts for redevelopment of the entire State Street corridor. These plans are in accordance with policy, sorry about that, EC 4.2 in the Boise City Comprehensive Plan, which seeks to revitalize commercial corridors. The most recently adopted plan, called State Street Corridor Transit-Oriented Development, begins with an introduction about the future desired elements for this corridor, including, quote, respecting adjacent neighborhoods, unquote. This plan includes extensive written material and design sketches for various mixed-use development concepts. Lists retail, multifamily, office, and institutional uses, with institutional being defined by the Boise Code as educational use for the types of land use that will make this plan successful. Over the years, all the plans that have been adopted for this corridor do not include social services and shelter homes as types of uses. This provides evidence in the record that this type of use for this location is not compatible and is not the long-range intent plan for this area. The application should not be approved because the proposed use lacks substantial conformance with existing and planned uses in the general neighborhood, which does not support the adopted plans for revitalizing the corridor via policy EC 4.2. This also does not support the policies in the comprehensive plan that are in place to protect the economic interest and investment-backed expectations of existing businesses. Plainly stated, this is not a compatible location if the city truly wants its longstanding plans for the State Street corridor to be successful. A revitalization of this corridor requires the commission to not depart from the longstanding precedent for locating social services downtown for the comprehensive plan's policies. The commission needs to exercise discipline in sticking with the allow types of quote allowed unquote uses for general commercial C-2 zoning that are highly compatible with the surrounding character of residential development and have a positive effect on the value of other nearby properties rather than attempting to condition a use that is not in harmony with the general neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Horton. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Norman and then Quentin and then Todd Hayden. Mr. Norman, please go ahead and unmute when you're ready and go ahead. Or Ms.
Thank you very much. It's actually Ms. Norman, but that's fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, sorry about that.
That's fine, no problem. I do have slides, and they are the Zoom Purpose 4 revised REV under opportunity. Is that?
Yeah, thank you. Just give us one moment to pull those up. Okay, they're up.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for your time. My name is Barrett Norman. I'm a member of the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association, and I live at 4792 Wiley Lane. Next slide. The purpose of Boise's development code clearly requires stimulating economic opportunity and promoting diverse, inclusive communities with a variety of housing choices. We will hear, I'm part 4, but that's okay. We will hear that the project counters these purposes via housing segregation and damage to surrounding businesses. I'd like to focus now on the impact to economic opportunity for existing residents through generational economic mobility. 2018 census data shows that our neighborhood already has greater than 30% poverty, which is 50 to 200% greater than any surrounding neighborhood. This clearly shows that poverty is being segregated in our neighborhood. Poverty is coupled with a struggle for educational attainment. Having among the lowest high school graduation rates and at Taft among the lowest reading scores, it is clear that our neighborhood is already struggling to provide economic opportunity for our children. As a respected Pew Trust shares, quote, neighborhood economic segregation is linked with economic mobility. It is the degree to which neighborhoods are economically segregated that matters most, end quote. Another tool, the US Census website's Opportunity Atlas tool, is a census tract level data set showing children's outcomes in adulthood at age 35, such as earning power and incarceration rates as they correlate to their parents' income, race, gender, etc. when they were children. Next slide, please. This tool allows us to trace the roots of today's affluence and poverty back to the neighborhoods where people grew up and identify areas where children aren't rising out of poverty, areas that need more help. This tool shows us that children who grew up in households in the lowest quartile of income retain lower adult incomes in the Veterans Park and West End tract than in the surrounding downtown, North End, Sunset, and Collister neighborhoods. The concentration of poverty in Veterans Park that has been identified in at least the last 3 HUD ASSH and or consolidated plan reports is generationally reinforcing. Adding over 205 impoverished residents in our neighborhood will increase poverty to over 40%, dramatically increasing economic segregation and further reducing the economic mobility of children in this area. To allow our families to have the opportunity required by Boise Code, the IFS Cup must be denied. No simple conditions, except for placing it in a richer neighborhood, can address such a dramatic risk to our children's opportunity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Norman. Okay, next we'll hear from Quentin, please, and then Todd, and then Denise Zimmerman. Quentin, please go ahead and unmute when you're ready. Start with your name and address.
My name is Quentin Seward. I'm at 2421 Jaretta Drive, Boise, Idaho, resident for 35 years. I've got elderly in-laws in the Collister area, and the proposed good neighborhood agreement template, or the GNA, won't truly protect business and neighbors in the vicinity. Instead, it will further burden neighbors by imposing a biased agreement with numerous communication requirements and an additional required steps for problem resolution. The GNA requires commitments and adherence from surrounding properties, businesses, and neighborhood associations, and imposes a resolution process that could limit legal remedies that could be pursued by these parties. In return, the GNA only offers commitments from Interfaith to encourage guest behaviors and offer a suite of commitments that should be required, such as adequate staffing and services for its guests, a 24/7 phone line, and a community engagement board. There is no language requiring interfaith or guests to adhere to these commitments. These need to be permit conditions, not regulated or relegated to an explicitly unenforceable GNA. Not only is the GNA unenforceable, but the city has chosen to add insult to injury by opting per the staff report to not participate. The undue burden that the GNA places on the neighborhood associations is apparent in the requirements for the NA to be the point of contact for all issues raised in the surrounding neighborhood, which, by extrapolating from number of issues in the shelter's current location, is likely to be significant. The GNA includes a double standard for reporting problems. Businesses are told to immediately report to the interfaith all issues and concerns arising out of actions of their guests. Neighbors, instead, must report problems directly to the police or the neighborhood association. This poses a tremendous problem for the Boise Police Department in dealing with the large number of issues. Also, the BPD limits police citations associated with the IFS guest population. As a result, there is no impact to the applicant. Of high concern, the proposed GNA explicitly requires a communication structure designed to eliminate creating a record of complaints, requiring in-person or phone reporting, and discouraging emails. Instead, a CUP should require compiling a record of all issues and resolutions so trends can be identified and addressed. Please note, on the first day of this hearing, the Commission asked BPD if they knew of a successful GNA, and there was no affirmative response. Good neighbor policies belong in the conditions placed upon the use and not in biased GNA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Seward. Next, we'll hear from Todd Hayden and then Ms. Zimmerman and Ms. Kuhn. And then I have James and Darla Mallory. So Mr. Hayden, please go ahead and unmute and start with your name and address.
Yeah, my name is Todd Hayden, 3216 West Tucker Road. The proposed relocation of IFS to State Street into a neighborhood already providing social support resources at a much higher rate than average in Boise is an attempt to solve a self-created crisis by IFS by selling existing shelter and attempting to relocate to an impoverished area with typically low resources and political power to resist. I ask that you deny the conditional use permit for IFS on State Street. A study published in the 2020 Fordham Urban Law Journal, Volume 47, Number 5, Article 8, titled Citing Homeless Shelters in New York City, Fair Share versus Borough-Based, discusses concentrating social resources within a city versus equitable distribution. There, the City Council, a proponent of fairly shared resources within the city, published the report, Doing Our Fair Share, Getting Our Fair Share, and makes the statement, quote, while conceding that land costs vary widely depending on the neighborhood, they would not deny any neighborhood a police station, a firehouse, or an elementary school because the real estate was too expensive. By the same token, we should all expect to do our fair share to solve problems and address the challenges of sharing a city, end quote. The same report insisted that increased costs should not be an excuse for failing to fairly site shelters across the city. The argument that shelters and other social support services must be concentrated in impoverished areas of a city based solely on cost, driving those areas further into poverty, is thereby nullified. Boise has over 36 recognized neighborhoods in over 70 square miles. There is a strong negative correlation between average neighborhood wealth and concentration of social services, such as homeless shelters. That is, the poorer the neighborhood, the more likely to be inundated with social support resources. Half our neighborhoods currently contribute nothing. I repeat, half of our neighborhoods currently contribute nothing. I live in Sunset neighborhood. We in Sunset, like veterans, host a high proportion of social support services in the city, and our schools, parks, and neighborhood will be affected further by this proposed move based on proximity and access. Our Sunset Neighborhood Association president recently misrepresented his opinion as that of our neighborhoods as a member of the Boise City Shelter Better Task Force. This was only recently corrected by a requested special neighborhood vote and meeting where residents clearly spoke out by a more than 2-to-1 ratio against the shelter on State Street. Please recognize the need for equitable distribution of social support resources across the city rather than concentrations of poverty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayden. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Zimmerman, Ms. Kuhn, and then the Mallorys, and then Caven. And I'll just make a note, we definitely won't advance slides unless somebody asks us to advance slides. And we will have to cut off the chat if people continue to use it for conversational purposes. And I particularly have very little patience for disrespect to the city staff. So with that said, Ms. Zimmerman, when you're ready, please unmute and start with your name and address.
Denise Zimmerman, 4375 Plum Street. In the unfortunate case that this CUP is approved, I have serious concern that Interfaith will begin operating their shelter prior to meeting all conditions and requirements. This use, even if temporary, must not be allowed. Without any provisions specifically enacted to prevent this, the surrounding neighborhood has grave concerns. The IFS will either not complete what is required to meet the conditions or otherwise just violate them. With no checks for compliance from the city and no easy way to remediate it, it will become a disaster for the neighbors. Neighbors are also concerned that the city will take a lax approach, allowing the neighborhood to be further impacted. For example, the prior Salvation Army rehab facility on Willow Lane, where the WCA shelter is now, operated with many more beds than they were allowed. After years of significant impacts to the neighborhood, the city simply allowed the violating behavior by approving a modification to the CUP. We are fearful the IFS will do the same and expect the city to continue to just rubber stamp any violations. These concerns are well-founded based upon Interfaith's past behavior. For example, IFS continued to operate a homeless shelter after the temporary permit to do so had expired. Permits MIS 07, 190, and 226. This permit said, use shall only be valid for 180 days and no extensions shall be granted. But a month beyond 180 days, operating without a valid permit, Interfaith requests an extension. Of course, it was granted. IFS operated a shelter without a conditional use permit. The city incorrectly allowed Interfaith to operate a shelter on a C3D property, which was required to have a CUP under the then current zoning code. IFS failed to appropriately use Martin settlement funds as mandated in the settlement. And IFS current executive director participated in creating an unofficial group home. According to the Idaho Statesman, this home allowed aggressive behaviors, allowed doing drugs on premises, and allowed the site to fall into disrepair. While they may have been well-meaning, the result was not well-run, not safe, not lawful, and not successful. If the CUP is approved, but it must not be, the city must not idly watch, or worse, approve violating behaviors. This commission and the city must take steps to ensure lawful conformance with commitments. Interfaith must not be allowed to operate a shelter under any temporary permit, and definitely not until all conditions and requirements are met.
Thank you, Ms. Zimmerman. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Kuhn, and then the Mallorys, and then Kyvan, and then Andy Cockle. Please go ahead, Ms. Kuhn.
Hello, my name is Madeline Kuhn, and I live at 4510 Willow Lane with the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association. In reading through the public comments submitted to the record and listening to last week's testimony, what really struck me was that the majority of the comments in opposition to the CUP referenced CUP criteria that the project doesn't meet, with impact, compatibility, and burden on public services coming up repeatedly. On the other hand, people writing in or speaking to support the project, even those who didn't use the form letter, typically relied on arguments generally in support of providing shelter and supportive services to those experiencing homelessness, or in support of providing a location to discharge people exiting the hospital system next year, given that Interfaith has sold their existing building. No one is disagreeing with these arguments, but neither argument relates to the CUP review criteria or to this specific location. Most supportive comments did not address the actual question before the commission. Is the site in question appropriate for the proposed use, and does it meet all 5 CUP review criteria, including not adversely affecting other property of the vicinity? Can this site provide services to so many vulnerable people in such a small space without generating overflow impacts on the surrounding area? Neither Interfaith nor their supporters have spoken on how to reduce the impact of the shelter to put it in a neighborhood. This is reflective of Interfaith's own summary of the project to the Idaho Statesman on March 13th, 2021. For us, we're fighting to serve a certain need, and for them, they're fighting to save their neighborhood. In my opinion, the role of planning and zoning is to ensure that no neighborhood needs saving because high impact uses are separated from sensitive uses, including residential. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kuhn. Next, we'll hear from James and Darla Mallory. Please go ahead and unmute when you're ready. And if both of you are going to speak, we still just need separate testimony with name and address first for each of you. The unmute button should be in the bottom left-hand corner of your window there. We could move on to the next speaker and then come back to them. So I was looking for the Mallorys, but we'll move on to Caven and then try the Mallorys again. Caven, are you there? Hi.
Hello, am I audible? Awesome. I'm Kayvon Edashami. I live at 6342 North Park Meadow Way, Boise, Idaho. I volunteer with the Interfaith Sanctuary, and a lot of the emotional concerns that have been brought up are gonna happen almost no matter who goes there. When someone shows up to a new place, when more than one person use a new place, you get more traffic concerns. You get concerns of who's going to be around where. At our current location, there isn't adequate lighting, and due to the increased usage of downtown, we're seeing people speed around corners and hit the people who need to use our shelters. I saw that a month back. We had to take someone to the hospital. Getting further away from the busy downtown would help reduce that on our end. We have been struggling to maintain adequate space for everyone who needs our shelter. A few times I've been down there, we've had to try to work with other shelters to see if there's even room for anyone to have a place to sleep for the night. And just the property issues are happening regardless of where the new place is going to go. Decrease or increase, the wage gaps, they're all happening regardless of where the new location is going to go. We've put in the work and we're trying to figure out what is best to prevent people from dying during the winter, from getting in tragic accidents. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edashami. Let's try, can we see, I'll try the Mallorys one more time. James and Darla, are you guys online there? If you are, we need you to unmute, which is should be a button in the bottom left-hand corner of your window. Okay, moving along. We will next hear from Andy Cockle, and then Rhonda, and then Nicole Mort, and then Sherry Workman. So Andy, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Ooh, we're getting an echo. If you have the device on YouTube, maybe in addition or something like that, we just need every other device to be muted. There you go.
Okay, hi, my name is Andy Cockle, and I own the home at 4197 West Plum Street, which shares 100 feet of shared fence line with the proposed shelter. I'm a member of VPN A and BNPH. Interfaith stated during the 10/21/2021 neighborhood meeting that the shelter guests have animals and they will allow these animals at the proposed shelter. Interfaith stated that they are required by law to accept service animals, but typically they allow any animal into the shelter unless it has been banned for behavioral issues. Based on the 205 beds proposed for this building, along with the stated intention of Interfaith to turn no person away, this shelter will exceed the number of animals allowed on the property. The Sacramento shelter reported having over 100 animals at one time, accompanying a human guest population of 200. Therefore, the applicant will need to comply with the provisions of Boise City Code Title 5, Chapter 1 regarding the approval and licensing as a non-commercial boarding kennel. The code's definition of a non-commercial boarding kennel includes any premises which has more than 4 dogs or 5 cats with a maximum of 10 animals total that are being maintained, harbored, possessed, bred, or cared for without compensation and are not for sale. Obtaining this license involves an application that, quote, shall be accompanied by the written consent of at least 75% of all residences within a 100-foot radius of the premises upon which the non-commercial kennel is to be maintained. Boise Code 5-1-9C3. The license also requires that Central District Health report on whether operation of the proposed non-commercial kennel complies with the health regulations. This is not in compliance with Boise City Code, and residents who live adjacent to the parcel have valid concerns about excessive barking that will adversely affect the quiet enjoyment of this property. Excessive barking is highly likely when multiple animals are confined in an outdoor area. This type of public disturbance cannot be resolved with fencing materials or increased fence height. The city record does not show that Interfaith has obtained consent for a non-commercial kennel license, so a concerned citizen collected the data within 100 feet to determine whether the neighbors support or oppose a non-commercial kennel. The signatures collected show that 50% are opposed to a non-commercial kennel, which falls short of the 75% consent. There are too many unanswered questions about how pets will be managed at the shelter. A formal partnership with a certified animal welfare organization has not been listed, and Interfaith is not an animal care provider. While hotels may accept pets without a kennel license, pets are kept in private rooms and are not allowed in communal areas, which are nothing like this proposed shelter. For those reasons, I strongly urge you to deny CUP 21-0026. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cockle. Okay, so we're going to try James and Darla Mallory one more time. Are you guys there?
We are.
Great. Okay, so if each of you can please start with your name and address and complete your testimony before the next then starts with their name and address, that would be helpful.
I am Darla Mallory at 4805 North Shirley Avenue. I have lived in the Collister area for 62 years, and I am opposed to this cup. I'm sitting here listening to all of this really valid testimony, and it's quite disturbing to hear how far behind this city has fallen in its core municipal responsibility of public safety. What I'm hearing tonight is a serious issue, especially since for years we have heard the city emphasize safety as a strategic priority and seen this repeated on the annual budget, where it has shown 8 goals for defining livability, with the top of the list showing safe and secure community. But just saying safe and secure does not make it so. Now is not the time to add more burden to our fellow citizens who serve as first responders. This application puts them at even higher risk while also putting the whole city at greater risk. Maybe the police department has been told to not be so bold in stating the burden this conditional use request will impose, but everyone following this can see this is very problematic. An approval to relocate this shelter far from the new police station, which was specifically cited to be near this particular shelter, forces the properties and businesses in the Veterans Park neighborhood to hold the health and safety risk for this type of land use on their balance sheet, and to do so in an environment where the city's own record clearly shows the public safety services are already stretched woefully thin. The council has granted the Planning and Zoning Commission with the power to make decisions on land use development applications. And in doing so, you are required to evaluate the impact on public services. It's plainly evident that this type of use will greatly impact public services, and the police department's letter acknowledges this. Therefore, this conditional use request needs to be denied by each one of you. Otherwise, relocating this shelter away from the new police station will demonstrate a failure of the commission to exercise its statutory obligations regarding decisions that the record shows have adverse impact on public health and safety, and decisions that impact the wise and efficient expenditure of public funds. Thank you.
I'm reading for James Mallory, who was—
I'm sorry, we'll also need your name and address, whoever is reading.
Okay, Connie Seward, 2421 Jaretta. And I am reading for James Mallory, 4805 Shirley Street, lifelong fourth generation Boise resident with over 62 years in the Collister area. I begin reading. I'm opposed to this CUP, and you have heard testimony that the Boise Police Department is understaffed. BPD is actively trying to hire lateral, already trained quality officers as they need boots on the ground now. Approving the CUP will further dilute the capacity of our law enforcement and first responders to adequately meet Boise's needs. Please consider, at a minimum, the following protocols. 1, applicant shall provide 24/7 licensed in the state of Idaho, bonded, trained security at a ratio of 1 security personnel per 90 shelter guests. Security would be responsible for not only the property inside and out, but will patrol and mediate with or without PPD all areas within a quarter mile of 4306 State Street, and in addition, Willow Park, Veterans Park, and the Greenbelt from Lake Harbor to Esther Simplot Park. By having the applicant provide licensed, bonded, trained security, this would take some burden from BPD. 2, capacity of the shelter to never exceed 205 adult guests and up to 50 children under the age of 18. Any and all overflow to be referred to other shelters in the Boise Treasure Valley at the responsibility of the applicant. The shelter shall not be allowed to amend capacity anytime in the future without going through an amended CUP. 3, only current guests of the shelter to receive any services of the shelter, including meals and programming. 4, the applicant shall open their facility for random searches by BPD and fire for capacity at any time. 5, all of the conditions shall be made part of the CUP and have set ramifications for the shelter. The BPD, fire, EMS, City of Boise, and neighborhood representatives shall be allowed to speak freely about shelter issues and real solutions. A finite amount of violations will trigger emergency meetings among professionals. Follow-up should include concrete solutions up to and including shutting down the shelter. Nonprofit directors and board members often move on to other nonprofits or retire. The applicant has made many verbal promises. The CUP conditions need to be in writing with set consequences in perpetuity for current and any future change in management. Thank you very much for hearing us.
Thank you. Okay, so next we'll hear from Rhonda Larson Cockle, and then Nicole Mort, and then Sherry Workman, and then Corey Erickson.
Right here?
Yes, go ahead, Rhonda.
Okay. Hi, my name is Rhonda Larson Cockle. I am at 4197 West Plum Street. I'm a member of Veterans Park Neighborhood Association and Boise Neighborhood for Better Housing. My backyard shares over 100 feet of common fence line with this property. My bedroom window is 8 feet or less from where over 240 people will be congregating. Granting a general exception and the CUP would clearly violate the Boise City Code that was put into place to protect neighbors from adverse effects. There is no question that granting the CUP even temporarily, would be detrimental to the health, the safety, and the welfare of my family. There are no conditions of approval that can be placed on this project that would prevent this facility from adversely impacting my property. I do not agree with staff recommendation for an 8-foot fence. Interfaith Sanctuary has already said that they want a 10-foot fence. And even that will not even provide sufficient noise reduction to protect the quiet enjoyment of my home. A fence is not enough to block the daily noise from 250 plus people congregating each day and evening before curfew. We will hear guest conversations, amplified sound anytime we use the back of our property or anytime I'm in my living room, kitchen, and master bedroom because it's less than 8 feet away. This would create a lack of privacy for my family as well as the guests of Interfaith Sanctuary. Furthermore, a fence cannot even begin to mitigate the noise of sirens and lights, of daily and nightly police, ambulance, and fire calls. I also want to point out that IFS and their supporters, their attorneys, like to keep repeating over and over again that their current space is not sufficient for their guests. That has nothing to do with granting this CUP. This is about following your own code and preventing adverse impact to properties like mine. Thank you for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Larson Cockle. Next, we'll hear from Nicole.
Thanks.
Nicole, go ahead and start when you're ready. Name and address first, please.
I have slides under March.
Great. Just give us one moment. Go ahead.
My name is Nicole Mort. I'm a member of Veterans Park neighborhood, and I live at 4042 West Plum Street. Next slide. The National Coalition for the Homeless notes that people experiencing homelessness often carry weapons because they are particularly vulnerable to crime victimization. Therefore, it is common shelter practice to include security measures, such as metal detectors or wands, to ensure that guests don't bring weapons into a crowded shelter. This is in order to protect guest and staff safety. However, as with many other mitigation measures, this practice can have a ripple effect. If weapons are removed from guests entering the shelter, then weapons are frequently hidden in the surrounding area for retrieval when off-site. However, if unrestricted storage outside of the secured area is provided, then this tacitly approves the guests carrying weapons when in the surrounding neighborhood. Some of the emails between the Shoreline developers, realtors, and Boise police included in this record document accounts and photos of weapons that were hidden on properties in the vicinity of Interfaith's current downtown location. The properties from which the complaints were made are commercial properties in nature, and the majority of the Shoreline Urban Renewal District, which encompasses the current shelter, is zoned and operating commercially. In contrast, the Salvation Army building, where Interfaith Sanctuary proposes to move, is in a residential area and directly borders housing on 2 sides. If the CUP for Interfaith is approved in this residential neighborhood, where will the weapons be stashed? Some options are in the adjacent Riley's Trailer Court, or perhaps at Willow Lane Park, where neighborhood children play, softball league families recreate, and youth soccer teams practice, or maybe along the river. The very real potential that weapons will be hidden throughout the neighborhood is simply unsafe and will adversely impact the vicinity. I would also like to quickly add that I haven't felt as bullied or as judged since middle school than I have from this interfaith group for the last year. During those school years, I got into poetry and quotes and such. And after the judgmental and slanderous testimony last week, I was reminded of a quote. It goes, "Real generosity is doing something nice for someone who will never find it out," by Frank A. Clark. I volunteered in Interfaith's building years ago. Last Christmas, I was involved in a large amount of gifts donated. I packaged the kids' toys up in gift bags for their shelter. And currently, my living room is filled with items for 12 kids in Nampa. You don't know me. Commissioners, I request that you deny this CUP application based on code, logic, and the desire to help this population the proper way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Okay, next is Ms. Workman, and then Mr. Erickson, even though he's already spoken, but whoever's at his house.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. My name is Cherie Workman. I live in the Collister neighborhood at 4964 North Knollwood. We frequently hear or read news stories about the lack of affordable housing options as the reason why people do not have any place to go but the shelters. But the media rarely provides a reason why this is so. One of the reasons is because Boise enabled this problem by not working with the development community to build any affordable housing for 5 straight years. This is documented in the 2016 5-year consolidated plan that the city is required to provide to HUD when accepting federal money. It says, quote, from 2011 to 2015, there was no production of new affordable rental housing units in Boise, unquote. So for 5 years, we did nothing. And then it took several years due to delays and problems to finally complete Adair Manor, New Path, and Valor Point. But by that time, we were so far behind the 8 ball that it is now very hard to tackle the housing issue due to the rising costs of labor and materials. It wasn't always this way. This end of town was the site of the largest multifamily apartment complex in the state of Idaho in 1992. And this complex, which is now called Arbor Crossing, set aside 42% of its units for low-income tenants, 96 of its 229 units. These days, we rarely see more than 10% of the units set aside with income restrictions. With that being said, it's not the responsibility of the Veterans Park neighborhood to absorb the failures of the city that could have and should have been avoided, especially when this neighborhood already supports more than its fair share of housing options for those with lesser means. Vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Workman. Okay, Mr. Erickson, you are next on my list, but you have spoken you spoke last week. So is there somebody else that's speaking on your account? Mr. Erickson, are you online there?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I think he's left a chat message. I believe there's an error. He said that nobody's.
Okay, great. We'll just move on. Miss Neptune, and then Miss Little, and then Mr. Stevens.
My name is Tamara Neptune, 4551 North McKenzie Lane, Boise. I'd like to address the security plan with a new lens. Testimony from last week effectively said that the applicant already runs a facility with a security plan. The public is asking, how will the conditions be different from what IFS is currently using? This is a critical question as it relates to one of the 5 conditions to the CUP approval. The SEPTID that Commissioner Danley quoted and the dispatch data VP-NA has presented provide evidence that the current facility generates a number of call types, including, for example, violent crime and drug-related calls at volumes that would impact a residential neighborhood. The public is asking, how will the conditions go beyond those used in the Utah shelters? The record shows evidence that the Utah shelters that provide 24-hour guest services have generated substantial impacts in the surrounding neighborhoods. Mayor McLean repeatedly highlighted these shelters as successful examples. What conditions will be proposed? Will the proposed project have to prevent similar impacts in this neighborhood? Specifically, will the conditions address off-site impacts? The majority of the conditions proposed or discussed address on-site measures. There were few measures addressing off-site concerns that have been suggested to mitigate in circumstances. The written report shows testimony even from supporters of the project that living near homeless service facilities has an impact on the neighbor's way of life? How will these impact on low-income communities be prevented? In short, relying on Interfaith's existing security plan, which is not on record, as a mitigation measure is not sufficient to make a factual finding of no impact. All that is left for the commission is to deny the CUP or allow approval of the CUP without clearly defined conditions to prevent adverse impact on surrounding properties. Approval of the CUP without these conditions will set a dangerous precedent for allowing future development applications to defer creation of material conditions to a later date, thus bringing these material conditions outside of the public review. Due process requires that the public be allowed to comment and present evidence on material aspects of the project. Please deny the CUP 21-00026. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neptune. Okay, Ms. Little and then Mr. Stevens. Ms. Little, please go ahead and unmute and then.
There we go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, my daughter is also signed up. So after my testimony, I'll state her name and address for the record.
Thank you.
So Christy Little, 2845 Park Circle Drive in Boise on the bench, where I've lived my entire life. My daughter Grace and I have been volunteers at Interfaith for 5 years now. Most of our time has been with the kids and families. Pre-COVID, Grace and I would spend 2 evenings a month at Interfaith. One night would be the monthly birthday party to celebrate birthdays for all the kids. And the other would be an arts and crafts or games night or all of the above. And then right when Grace turned 5, she decided that she wanted to sell cupcakes to help the kids at the shelter. And so began our little project of love, celebrating hopes and dreams, also known as CHAD. The guests that I met at Interfaith, both on the family and the single side, put my own life in a new perspective. They shared their lives with me and taught me that everyone has their own unique path to homelessness, some preventable, some not. I wish I could just share with you, I've got hours of their stories, but at the end of the day, this is really about a neighborhood that doesn't want Interfaith to be close by to someone's home. And regardless of tonight's decision, Interfaith has to be next to someone's home. I live about 2 miles from Interfaith, and my neighborhood has RVs and panhandlers and people sleeping next to buildings, kids in needs of home. My property values have not decreased. My concern for safety in the neighborhood has not decreased. I take every opportunity I can to get to know and understand what leads to homelessness and what it takes to get out so that I can be a resource for those neighbors in my neighborhood. Beyond the stigma of drugs and alcohol, the guests at Interfaith, they're just like every one of us that are participating in this hearing. They're in need of shelter because they lost a job, a significant other was incarcerated, they were injured on the job, or had a life-changing illness. In my time volunteering, both at Catch and at Interfaith, I've walked down Cooper Court day or night with and without my children. I have never once felt threatened or unsafe. In fact, as people began to see us more and got to know us, they started sharing their great news. Maybe they got a job, maybe affordable housing finally came for them. And of course, they shared the bad times too. But we truly got to know these guests at Interfaith. And I would encourage whichever neighborhood Interfaith is able to land in, that everyone try to embrace it in that way. The number of new programs that Interfaith has put in place in the last 5 years is amazing, and more space will allow them to maintain those programs and create new ones because the city, the county, the state, no one else is providing these services. Yet all-site homelessness is a major issue in our community, leaving it to the nonprofit to solve the problem, all the while putting up roadblocks to a new facility.
Thank you, Ms. Little. That's the end of your time.
Thank you. So now I'll introduce my daughter, Grace. She's got a video, a slideshow that she put together. Her address is the same, 2845 Park Circle Drive in Boise. This is a slideshow of some of Grace's fun times with the families at the shelter. And she supports the expansion because we need more room to have fun.
Ms. Little, will we be hearing the testimony from her?
It's actually a video and no direct testimony from Grace.
Okay. Great. Grace Little, and she did say the address. Oh, just hang on one second, please. Miss Little, we do need to hear from her just to at least just for name and address purposes.
Do you want to get it started and I'll make her available?
We can wait. I mean, it really has to be her testimony. So we'll maybe
want to skip to the next person.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Danley.
Just in the interest of full disclosure, Christy Little and I have known each other personally and professionally for the last 15 years. Her testimony is no more bearing than anybody else who's presented, just to make sure that that's on the record and clear.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to Mr. Stevens and then try back to Grace Little.
Hello, my name is Brian Stevens. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm with the Intermountain Fair Housing Council, and we are located at 4696 West Overland Drive Road. And we have made written statements about this, but considering some of the statements that made, I would like to make another statement. First off, Intermountain Fair Housing Council is a nonprofit tasked with helping enforce the Fair Housing Act. As you may understand by now, homelessness is a complex problem. In Boise, it at least involves a city with a lack of affordable housing, people who are on limited incomes, including the disabled, elderly, survivors of domestic violence, and other life experiences and real problems, which will continue to be part of this growing city. NIMBY, not in my backyard, is often stated when any low-income, group home, or other entity that supports disabled individuals or other disadvantaged and historically oppressed groups try to move into a community. It is often couched in other terms like adverse impacts, a description of criminal element, economic concerns such as devaluing housing prices, etc. But let's be honest, it comes from the fear of the unknown, the same fear that develops a generalization of certain types of people. Criminal and homeless are not the same. You cannot generalize a person, stereotype them, make a case against a certain type of person based on an overblown and biased fears. The Civil Rights Act, and specifically the Fair Housing Act, is meant to stop this behavior. And as our letter of record states, there is considerable case law to fight this. Disabled people, single women, and people of color are disproportionately at risk and often fall into a state of homelessness. We have an unsettling history of pushing some people down, segregating them, and saying, don't come into my neighborhood. But we can be better than that, and we don't have to keep going down that road. The Planning and Zoning Commission should not let discriminatory statements sway it from its duty to make a decision based on Idaho code. Please do not let the discriminatory statements made during these proceedings and fear sway this panel. I just want to include a quote by Nelson Mandela: "For to be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others." And that's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Okay. Let's try, can we go back to Grace Little? Christy Little. Hi, Christy, do we have Grace there?
I sure do. And this is like one of the shyest kids on the planet, so.
Very brave. We just need name and address from her, please.
Yeah, you do. Just say your name and I'll say your address.
This is great.
There you go. 2845 Park Circle Drive in Boise.
Grace Little, thank you very much. I know it's very brave to come on and speak in public like that. Okay, let's go ahead with the video.
We are not so different. We've We've all got hopes and dreams. We've got more in common than it seems. There before the grace go out, they say it 'cause it's true. But when the night is full of fear, the light is on for you. You are welcome here. You are welcome here. No matter where you're from, no matter how you pray, you are welcome here. You are welcome here. Everyone is someone. Every day's a new day. Yeah, a new day. Who do you call family? Where do you call home? When you cannot make it on your own. Until the morning's near again, until the storm is through, until the skies are clear again, the light is on for you. You are welcome here. You are welcome here. No matter who you love, no matter what they say, you are welcome here. You are welcome here. Everyone is someone. Every day's a new day. No matter how you look, no matter who you love, no matter how you pray, you are welcome here. Everyone is someone. Every day's a new day. Yeah, a new day.
Okay, thank you so much. We are going to take a quick 5-minute break. But before we do, I see that there are like 10 people logged in under the name Corey Erickson. If you could please log back out and then log in with your own name and email address, that'll help us keep things organized on who has spoken and who has not spoken. And that way also you will receive direct correspondence from the city for any future communication regarding this project. That would be helpful. Okay, we'll be back at about 8:20. Thank you. Okay, we are getting back to it, but just to clarify, the reason we need you to log back in with your own name and email address, even if you clicked on a link that was in your own email, is so that you can hear from the city again on any follow-up communication that's necessary on this project. So I'm still seeing as many Corey Ericksons online. So if you don't mind logging off of this call and then logging back in with your name and email address, that will put you right back in line and we'll just keep moving right along.
Madam Chair, if I may just say,
Please, Celine.
we are getting a lot of chats from Corey Erickson.
Yes.
Because we have 13 Corey Ericksons signed up.
Right.
We have multiple hands raised. The chats are coming in from different people's names that aren't Corey. So
right.
We've put in the Zoom registration link in the chat. Please go to that and sign up under your own name with your own email address, because we need your contact information to become a party of record. At this time, we only have Corey's, and that's it. So the 15 of you that are signed up, we don't have your individual contact information.
All right. So moving along, we'll hear from Andrew Jones and then Aaron Boyce and then Elaine Garris and then Howard. We'll start with Andrew. Just give us a moment here. Andrew, please go ahead and unmute and start with your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, yes, we can.
Thank you, commissioners, for allowing this opportunity. I know it's sometimes a very thankless job, so really appreciate it. My name is Andrew Jones. I'm a representative of Stormlock Self-Storage located at 4400 West State Street. I'm the regional property manager. We've been a part of the community there for going on 30 years. We are a neighboring business for the proposed IFS site. We actually would share a property line on the northeast end of our facility. I personally have experience in over 4 states, managing hundreds and hundreds of individual units and customers with servicing a very diverse range of markets and demographics. And so I just want to give you that a little bit as my background, but just wanted to read something into the record as well. The decision before you, as you know, has long-term implications on the extent to which the urban renewal plans for the State Street will succeed or fail. The proposed location is along a corridor that has long been targeted as an area in need of economic growth to improve property and sales tax revenue, as well as jobs and stability. This is why the city has pursued urban renewal designation, as it is a critical resource in addressing the challenges of being a weaker economic area. Therefore, being exceptionally mindful of the economic fragility of this area is important in your decision making process, as you are charged with that power through land use decisions to enable land to be more economically productive through its types of use, which can then also affect the economic productivity and other properties nearby. Evidence in the record for this application shows adverse impacts, which I'm not going to go back through and list. I've listened to hours and hours of testimony, as you have as well. But the adverse impacts on the businesses and properties in the shoreline Americana area that are in the vicinity of this type of use and the highest crime rates in Boise surround the current location of the IFS shelter. To imagine that these documented health and safety risks will not follow the shelter or will somehow be different avoids the factual evidence in the record that shows otherwise. Therefore, making a departure from this comprehensive plan policies for social services to be downtown is not in the best interest of the long-range plans and sound growth for this area. It'll be a short-sighted decision that will make it even harder than already is to attract investment and interest to this corridor. Because the ability to effectively condition this type of use to mitigate adverse effects to other properties is limited, as shown by the issues in shoreline Americana area increasing rather than decreasing, there's a significant potential for the adverse economic impacts to State Street that will interfere with the tax increment revenue projected on its economic feasibility study. Now, therefore, relocating a large, low barrier homeless shelter to this area poses a significant economic risk, as this can decrease the assessed valuation of real property in the State Street urban renewal area boundaries, which will create economic hardships for the urban renewal plans to be achieved. And having witnessed this, it's a little astonishing that this application has gone this far, given the overwhelming common sense opposition and failure to meet the criteria for a CUP. And being in real estate development, I find it curious that IFS would move forward with this purchase without receiving a conditional use permit ahead of time. It leads us to believe that IFS may have some information the rest of us don't. So
Thank you, Mr. Jones. That's the end of your time. Next, we'll hear from Dominique. And then, oh wait, I'm sorry, my list got, I'm sorry. Next, we'll hear from Aaron Boyce, and then Howard, and then Robert Wookman. Sorry, my line got all messed up, but I'm back on track now. So Aaron, go ahead. Yes, we can hear you.
I have slides.
On your screen, or that we have here at the city?
You have under impacts.
Impacts. Okay, great. Just give us one moment. Is that what the title of the document is? Impacts?
Yes. Impacts, a reactive response.
Madam Chairman, have we heard from Aaron Boyce already on Zoom? Maybe we can just ask her.
No, not tonight. Ms. Boyce, have you spoken yet tonight?
Nope, but I've been logged in all 3 times.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Hello, my name is Aaron Boyce, and I live at 4014 West Garnet Street. Next slide, please. Commissioners, you have heard both Chief Lee and Chief Niemeyer speak to Interfaith's proposal and answer your questions. Both agencies are taking a neutral stance. They do not support the proposed shelter. They only described how they will accommodate Interfaith's proposed shelter should it be approved. Both police and fire clearly acknowledge that the current impacts and burden, which are the calls for service and the emergency response, will transfer to wherever Interfaith moves. In fact, Shoreline Development, who has repeatedly pushed the Boise PD and the mayor's office to address these impacts, has termed them as threats. A snippet from River Shore's presentation includes the following threats: employees feeling unsafe because of increased trespassing, drugs, and aggressive presence; increase in needles, drugs, and trash, deterring customers and clients from businesses; sewage disposal from campers into the storm drainage system; defecation on private property; pedestrian and bike versus auto conflicts at unmarked crossings; and frequent violation of Boise's parking policy. And because Interfaith's proposal is for a large shelter, these impacts will be compounded, which means not only will the current impacts move with Interfaith, the impacts will become worse. According to the CPTED report, the amount of fire, EMS, and police calls near Interfaith are roughly 300 times greater than the rest of the city. Next slide, please. Generally, Boise PD and fire response is reactive to the impact. This means that they are responding to an impact that has already happened, such as a crime, a trespass event, an encampment, etc. Thus, the impact is not mitigated. Even the weekly Wednesday cleanup of Cooper Court is reactive. Just days after our path home showed a cleaned up Cooper Court to the Shelter Better Task Force, immediately after it was cleaned by the inmates, it was full of trash, remains of encampments, and discarded materials. Even the fire, EMS, and police response to these impacts creates further impact. With over 77% of fire EMS calls having lights and sirens, significant additional noise impact can be expected. Next slide, please. And it's not just the neighborhood that's impacted. Boise PD mentions in their agency report that their limited resources will be impacted as they will have to reallocate resources to provide services to the proposed shelter. Not only could this create an additional safety risk for the city by stretching these thin resources even further, it is also an inefficient use of city resources. These impacts to properties in the vicinity, as well as services, and the lack of any meaningful mitigation means you must deny the CUP.
Oops, thank you, Ms. Boyce. Okay, next we'll hear from Howard. Howard, go ahead and unmute, please. Go ahead. We should be able to hear you now.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Howard Baldoff, 909 North 22nd Street, Boise.
I have lived and been an attorney in Boise for over 43 years. I have a home here. I am here to support persons who need a temporary and safe place to call home. In 2005, faith leaders and individuals came together to start Interfaith Sanctuary as a seasonal shelter after the city passed a discriminatory men-only ordinance and evicted over 200 women, children, disabled, and other individuals from the community health shelter on 13th Street and River. After a 12-day jury trial, the jury determined the eviction violated the Fair Housing Act and awarded $1 million in damages, and the court awarded $1.5 million in attorney's fees. This forced eviction of residents caused homeless persons to sleep outside. This, in turn, resulted in the Martin versus City of Boise case, which challenged the unlawful arrest of homeless persons for merely sleeping in public when no shelter was available. The Martin case cost the City of Boise more millions of dollars. Unless this CUP is approved, hundreds of women, children, disabled, and working people who cannot afford a safe place to sleep once again will be forced to sleep outside or in their vehicles. The approval of this CUP not only complies with the Fair Housing Act, but in my professional opinion, is required by the Fair Housing Act. Now, some of the presentations have tried to exploit the tragic death of a 3-year-old to justify the denial of the CUP. The child and her family were homeless refugees before they came to Boise. The perpetrators of DV on the residents of the women's shelters were housed. Stigmatizing mental illness is both harmful and hurtful. Recently, unfortunately, a housed person shot to death 2 people and wounded 4 others, including a police officer, at the mall. Do we blame all persons who have firearms and ban them from neighborhoods? Of course we don't. Being unhoused is not a scarlet letter. America is the land of the homeless. May I remind you the words inscribed on the statute of limitations. Give me your tired, your poor, send these homeless tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. That is how my homeless family arrived in the U.S. What I have heard is not the Boise I know. This is not the community I raised my children in. Fear of the other is not a reason to reject the CUP. Leadership is not doing what is most popular. Leadership is when you have the courage to do what is right. Please vote for what is right. Light the lamp, support the staff report, and approve the CUP. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Beladoff. Okay, next we're going to hear from Robert Wookman. And as we cue those slides up, I'm just going to make an announcement. If you are online and hope to testify, please make sure that you're virtually raising your hand. If you are online and do not plan to testify, please follow that YouTube watch link in the chat and log off of this, the Zoom platform. I think that'll help us keep things organized. So if you do not plan to testify, please log off of the Zoom and log into or click on that YouTube link to watch. And if you are still online, please virtually raise your hand so that we can queue you up here. Okay, Mr. Wookman, you are all queued up here. Please go ahead when you're ready. Start with your name and address.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Robert Wookman. I am a member of the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association, and my address is 4903 Wimosa Street. I want to respond to a comment in the record regarding using HUD's QCT as a gauge of poverty for the site census tract. Oh, it looks like you already went to the next slide. The Veterans Park neighborhood is in Census Tract 4. Tract 4 extends from the south side of Lake Harbor all the way to the edge of downtown Boise. It includes the Weston neighborhood, which has rapidly gentrifying areas that do not exemplify the Veterans Park neighborhood that surrounds the proposed shelter. Luckily, census tracts are divided into block groups, which represent smaller neighborhood areas. In the case of the VPN, block groups 1 and 5 are almost an exact match for the neighborhood boundary and represent the area around the proposed shelter well. We also note that beginning in 2020, these 2 block groups became their own census tract, 4.01. Next slide, please. What is a HUD qualified census tract? A QCT is a census tract with over 25% of residents in poverty or over 50% of its residents below 60% of AMI. QCTs are used to create financial incentives for low-income housing, though not all qualifying tracts are designated as QCTs because HUD caps the total allowed in an area. HUD's QCTs are only calculated for census tracts. As we have seen, the area around the shelter isn't accurately represented at the tract level, though before 2020. Fortunately, we can use the same Census American Community Survey, or ACS data, to get the poverty data used to calculate QCT equivalents for the block groups surrounding the proposed shelter, which have since become their own census tract. HUD uses the average of 3 most recent ACS data sets, which are 2017, 2018, and 2019, in the calculation in order to reduce the influence of anomalies, which are common in the data, as can be seen in the table in 2019 data. Using this data, we see a population-weighted result of 28.3% poverty for the neighborhood around the proposed shelter, while the entire Tract 4, which includes the previously mentioned gentrifying areas near downtown, is 19.9% for the 3-year average. Next slide, please. And mapping the poverty averages using the same calculation clearly shows the issues of economic inequality in question that have been discussed tonight and in other meetings. There is already nearly 30% poverty around the proposed shelter, and the map also highlights the degree of economic segregation, as this is much higher than the rest of Tract 4 and that of Boise overall. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wickman. Okay, so next we'll hear from Elizabeth Kahn, and then Patricia McKernan, and then Richard Llewellyn. Elizabeth, please go ahead and unmute, and you should be good to go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Hello, my name is Elizabeth Kahn, and I live at 5919 Westport Place. As the commission has heard through evidence from Boise and other jurisdictions reinforced by Chief Lead's testimony, the proposed project comes with the presumption of high impact without mitigating conditions. The conversation we should have been having over the past year is about identifying impacts and whether there are possible conditions that could fully mitigate these impacts. It is my position that some impacts, like concentration of poverty, are unmitigatable, and that mitigations for some impacts are being rejected by the applicant. Moreover, the applicant has not led this conversation about mitigating impacts and has consistently refused to take part in it. When residents ask questions about impacts, instead of offering mitigations, the applicant repeatedly sidestepped questions and denied potential for impact. The only mitigating condition the applicant offered in their April letter for offsite parking, we heard Mr. Wardell unexpectedly reject during the November hearing. The variance proposal for a 10-foot fence to address neighbor concerns was also abandoned. VPNA first asked for the applicant's proposed list of conditions on May 13th, but none has ever been provided. As the experts in this field, shouldn't they be recommending conditions to mitigate impact? In response to VPNA's criticism of a BPD condition to recommend de-escalation, intended to limit nighttime departures from the shelter, as lacking enforcement or success metrics, Interfaith responded, they're very good at de-escalation. Well, why isn't it being practiced now? A recent former guest shared with us that someone gets kicked out about once per night. This would impact the surrounding residential area. Instead of engaging on substantive questions of impact to the neighbors, in the March 14th meeting with the CNA, Interfaith's executive director enthusiastically welcomed input in the following abridged quote response to a project renderings request. Oh, that's a great area which input is welcomed. Like, what do you want to see? Do you like a mural? We're working to get to that point in the conversation where we could really sit down and go, you know what would be great? If this had a big tree or something, because this is a big part of the neighborhood. When Collister responded that deferring neighborhood input until after the CUP process, when there was no opportunity for procedural authority to affect the project, was causing concern, Interfaith said there'd be time for meaningful input during the design review process after the CUP was approved, adding, like if there's colors, like those are the conversations I want to have so bad with you guys. It's like, what matters to this neighborhood? I think it's safe to say that interfaith and the neighborhood have very different understandings of what matters to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Next, we'll hear from Patricia McKernan, and then Mr. Llewellyn, and then Ms. Slack. Patricia, go ahead and unmute when you're ready and start with your name and address.
Hi, this is Patricia McKernan. I live at 1801 East State Street in Eagle. Thank you for allowing us all to speak. I know the square footage per person was addressed previously, and they were comparing it to other cities. They said sanctuary square footage per person would be about 138 square feet. In Tokyo, Japan, where high property prices are awful and land is scarce, apartments of 11 square meters or 118 square feet include a shower room, toilet, kitchenette, and living space. Makes 138 square feet sound pretty good. I know housing first is an excellent idea, except affordable housing, as has already been addressed here, is almost non-existent. And if there is any, the waiting lists are 2 years plus. So it takes a long time to get somebody into an affordable house. As far as the noise, I live a half a block off of State Street in Eagle without any noise barriers. I hear sirens all the time. It's State Street. There are always sirens going up and down, and I hear traffic noise. You either get used to it or you find someplace else to go. It's just, life is noisy and it's messy. So you need to deal with it in a better manner. In the neighborhood, I've seen the no warehousing signs, and Sanctuary doesn't warehouse. They have programs in place, as someone else pointed out, more programs as the years have gone by. They do everything they possibly can to get people back on their feet and into their own places to live. The bottom line for all those testifying against it, it's still the not in my backyard thing. If not in their backyard, then whose backyard should it be in? If it isn't there, people are going to be out in the cold in the winter and literally freeze to death. They need assistance to get back and get their lives back together, and Sanctuary is doing everything they possibly can to do that. So perhaps reaching out to help instead of coming up with so many excuses to why they should not be on State Street, it would be a better answer. Civility and compassion seem to be in short supply. Everybody needs to look in the mirror and say, I'm so glad that I am not in their situation there, but for the grace of God go I. So let's have a little more compassion and please approve their application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kernan. On to Mr. Llewellyn, and then Ms. Slack, and then Lynn Bradisco.
Madam Chair, I'm having trouble unmuting Richard. So let's go to Rita.
Okay, Rita, you are up next. Just give us a second here. Rita, please go ahead and unmute and start with your name and address.
Done. Thank you everyone for being here. I really appreciate and value your time. I know it's a long night. It's been a lot of emotion, etc., that goes along with this. So I just wanted to say thank you very, very much for engaging in the process and allowing us to do it. Now you can start my timer. I have been asked by Paula Forney, a former member of the Boise City Council, to read her testimony into the record since she is not able to attend this hearing. As a former member of the Boise City Council, I wish to make two specific points about this application in regards to the duty and responsibility of city government. The first point is that the Commission and the Council have a statutory obligation under land use law to consider the impact on public resources when making decisions on land use applications. For a conditional use permit, the Idaho Code sets forth a provision that A CUP may be granted subject to the ability of political subdivisions, including school districts, to provide services for the proposed use. Idaho Code 67-6512A. The record for this application shows the ability to provide services for this type of use to this location will be adversely impacted in the comments submitted by the Boise Police Department. Their letter specifically acknowledges that their ability to effectively address a higher call volume at the proposed location will impact their limited resources and forewarns of an influx of calls impacting their ability to provide adequate service to other parts of the city, which places the whole city at greater risk. Just because they do not use the exact words of undue burden in their comment letter does not mean it is not an undue burden. It is. The second point addresses a primary responsibility of government, which is to provide public services for the citizenry, to do so in a fiscally sound manner. This is a stated purpose of the LLUPA in section 67-6502B, to ensure that adequate public facilities and services are provided to the people at reasonable cost. This purpose is one of 4 of the 13 purposes that use the word ensure, which means it is not optional. The record for this application shows a new downtown police station was specifically cited to be near the current IFS shelter location to address the demand on services by this type of use. The public has paid for this multi-million-dollar investment to best support the surrounding community where social services are to be located, which is downtown per the policies adopted in the Boise City Comprehensive Plan. A denial of this application is prudent stewardship of the taxpayers' money, and it will ensure the $4.3 million public expenditure on the police station was reasonable, appropriate, and returns the highest benefit to public safety. Whereas approval will fail to capture the $4.3 million public investment made in public safety and will fail to comply with the regulations and policies set forth in Boise's Business Operations Manual for financial decisions and the fiscal declaration that capital improvement projects are to represent the highest and the best use of the city resources. It is not an overreach of the police power to deny a land use application that will reduce the operating impacts and the effect of public money invested in the new police station. For the reasons I have stated, this application needs to be denied. Thank you, Paula Forney. I did it.
10 seconds to spare.
That was a lot of words. So thank you for letting me slam those words out there that fast. So thank you very much. And again, you folks have been very gracious, and it's very, very much appreciated by everyone in the city. So
thank you. Okay, we're moving on to Lynn. Oh no, I'm sorry, Mr. Llewellyn, you're up. Please go ahead and unmute when you're ready.
All right, can you hear me?
I can.
Great. Richard Llewellyn, 9170 Hill Road. I would like to start out by thanking 2 groups of volunteers. First, those that work to help those most vulnerable in our city, those people without homes. And second, those that work to ensure that the Veterans Park neighborhood, one of the least economically advantaged in our city, has a stable future. I think the fundamental question for us as a city is why we have pitted these 2 groups of people against each other. I think the answer is related to the reasons why American cities tend to become more segregated economically and racially rather than less as they grow. I believe these reasons are so ingrained as to how we make land use decisions that it is simply the status quo and thus rarely examined. I certainly don't believe that it takes decision makers that, if you were to ask them, want to increase segregation by concentrating impacts in lower income areas. It probably has to do with the simple fact that more advantaged areas tend to be successful in pushing land uses with adverse impacts into less advantaged areas. It is simply the path of least resistance. Fortunately, adherence to city code provides a check to following this path of least resistance. In order to evaluate whether or not a conditional use will have an adverse impact on the general neighborhood, we clearly need to evaluate the economic and protected class status of that community. In this day and age, it is well accepted that whether a change results in a negative impact depends upon what resources a community can bring to bear. The fewer resources, the less resilience to an adverse impact. Here, the Planning and Zoning Commission asked city staff about the economic status of the Veterans Park neighborhood. And although the city has those data available, staff did not provide it to the commission. From my perspective, having grown up in Northwest Boise since the 1960s, I have watched the city make choices that have increased disinvestment and the quality of life of the Veterans Park neighborhood. which I believe has led to its lower economic status. But that's just my conclusion. Without basing conditions of approval on current data on the economic and protected class status of the general neighborhood, this board does not have sufficient evidence to evaluate whether the conditions of the CUP will correct any otherwise adverse impact. Therefore, the only lawful decision that can be made tonight is to deny the request for the CUP. And to step back a bit, it is essential that we as a city ensure the economic status and protected class of the general neighborhoods are evaluated in CUP requests of this magnitude. Otherwise, like so many other cities, we will follow the path of least resistance and allow our city to become more segregated between the haves and the have-nots. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. Okay, next we'll hear from Lynn Bredescu. I'm probably saying that wrong, but you can correct me once you unmute.
I'm unmuted. It's Bradescu.
Bradescu, I was close.
Right, you were pretty close. I just say Brady when I make reservations. So my name is Lynn Bradescu. I live at 919 North 21st Street in the North End. And I'm going to start. The city's record is replete with evidence to support why the police department's resources are limited. I'm going to recite this evidence into the record, then turn in hard copies to the planning department staff to upload to this application in order to place in the record the potential for harm to other properties in the vicinity if an approval for a high demand population is approved when the police department's own comments acknowledge this burden on their services. In 2015, the city updated the capital improvement plan and impact fee study, which determined 34 additional officers were needed to keep up with growth. That same year, the comprehensive plan was amended to remove the metrics that reference the police staffing levels. The standard of 1.3 officers per 1,000 population was eliminated, as was the policy to strive for 1.5 officers per 1,000 population. In 2018, we had a patrol staffing analysis conducted, which projected the demand for officers through the year 2025 to keep up with the population growth. That study showed we needed 54 additional officers to meet the current patrol and traffic needs, plus 20 more officers by the year 2020, and another 10 by the year 2025 for a total of 84 additional officers. That study also compared Boise to 29 benchmark cities. Boise is in the top third for population size, but in the bottom third for officers per 1,000 population. Boise had 1.24 officers per 1,000 population, which is well below our peer cities with the average rate of 1.44. And Boise has steadily dropped in officers per 1,000, while its peer cities have remained steady at 1.44 officers per 1,000. So now, where do we stand based on that 2018 study? Data for the police department shows an increase of only 13 full-time positions between 18 and 20, whereas the study showed we needed 74 more positions. This past April, during the budget process, the issue of public safety deficiencies was once again addressed. Chief Lee's presentation included a slide showing the need for, quote, 35 new officers to help solve current concerns. In addition to a clear pattern that shows the city has failed to fund public safety to keep up with the rapid growth it has encouraged, a March 5th, 2019 City Council work session shows call volume for police to respond to complex calls increased 65% since 2013. These are the kinds of calls that can lead to volatile situations with deadly outcomes. I would please ask you to deny the CUP based on public safety concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay, let's see. Should we go to Ms. McBride? Celine.
Madam Chair, I think because people can't see the list, we've got another Corey Erickson with their hand raised.
I see that.
Except Corey has already spoken last week.
Right.
So potentially, I mean, we've sent out the Zoom link. We can unmute this person and see who it is.
Let's see what's going on. I'm curious about the 34 Corys and why the following the link is not solving the problem
maybe,
here. So
we'll have them type in their contact information in the chat.
Yeah.
Which is private. It won't be out to everyone.
Okay. So I'm expecting the person on the other side of the line to not be named Corey Erickson, but the name I'm seeing is Corey Erickson. So we have you now so that you can speak. Please unmute Corey Erickson. And we'll see if we can hear from you about what's going on with all these Corey Ericksons.
Madam Chair, we've only allowed one Corey Erickson to speak. I am clicking the ask to unmute
and we're not hearing anything
button, and
could
they're
it be
not
just like a
unmuting.
glitch?
What's that?
Could it, I mean,
the real Corey will stand up. No, I'm just kidding. I don't.
Okay, I don't know what to do about that. Let's just pin
either.
it. Let's like put a pin in that and we'll revisit all the Corys at the end.
How about this? The Corey that we're trying to let talk, which is not Corey, I realize.
Right.
We're going to lower your hand. So once you see someone manually lower your hand, please know that you need to unmute once we get back to you again, or if that you need to sign in separately through Zoom if you do wish to speak.
Or change your display name.
That could work
Any of
too.
those would work.
Variety of things. Okay, I'm gonna lower their hand.
Okay.
And now we'll get to.
Okay, now we're gonna move on to Jennifer McBride, Lee Handler, and then Tana Barnes. So Jennifer, please go ahead.
Okay, you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes. Hello, my name is Jennifer McBride and my address is 5291 West Silver Lake Lane. I'd like to address how the comprehensive plan relates to the project. The applicant has focused on how a high-density shelter is in line with the plan for a transit-oriented corridor. But this overlooks the bigger picture painted by the comprehensive plan, such as to the extent Blueprint Boise discusses social services, it says they should be downtown, DT-CCN 1.3 and DT-NC 3.2. When it discusses social service facility siting and expansion, SHCC 14.3, it says existing facilities should be upgraded and expanded, and new facilities should be sited through the implementation of the two hospital system master plans covering their campuses. But this proposal would move social services outside of the downtown area, where the rest of the social service network is accessible and isn't near a hospital campus at all. So to the extent homelessness is discussed, Blueprint Boise promotes permanent supportive housing, SHCC 16, and non-traditional housing, such as cooperative housing and single-room occupancy units, NAC 9.5, for temporary or transitional shelter, encouraging a movement away from congregate shelter. But this proposal expands congregate shelter. So to extent housing low-income community members are discussed, the comprehensive plan encourages distribution throughout the community, NAC 9, to prevent or over-concentration of low-income or special needs population in any one area. An opportunity to seek housing in a neighborhood of choice through a fair share housing program, NAC 8. But this proposal seeks to over-concentrate low-income residents and to protected classes into Veterans Park. With regard to how the comprehensive plan and long-range planning documents address the proposed site, Blueprint Boise emphasizes mixed-use development at the edges of activity nodes and use of intersections for retail uses that require traffic circulation, GDPC-5. This area is highlighted as deteriorating and deteriorating.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McBride. Okay, next we're moving to Lee Handler and then Tana. And thank you for the note on your slides, Tana. So Lee, please go ahead and unmute and start with your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Lee Handler. I live at 2821 North Tamarack Drive for the last 30 years. I want to touch on the neighborhood children here. We have lots of children now that play in the neighborhood. As I said, I've lived here 30 years. At points, there weren't children in this neighborhood. But we have a large group of kids that live a block and a half away from where the proposed shelter is, that ride their bikes back and forth in between their houses on Tamarack and Plum. Their safety is going to be compromised by the shelter being moved to the new location. As well, Willow Park will have to rake all of their dirt every single game that the softball players are there playing, because that's where they're going to hide their syringes and their drug paraphernalia. As for the police department being able to handle the new influx of calls, they're already overburdened with the Marigold apartments and the problems they're having over there. And I'd like to know how the signage at the sanctuary is going to be with the State Street Ada County Highway District's 10-year plan. We're supposed to have 3 lanes of traffic, which will cut into the grass along State Street between the frontage road where the bus stop's going to be. So the street light's going to have to be moved as well there, and the stoplights. So with that, I just want to say that I'm against the move to this new location. There were better opportunities where they could have looked at properties up on Steelhead, close to the same price range. We mentioned those buildings, but they all fell on deaf ears. I just feel that putting this shelter here in a residential neighborhood is going to be dangerous. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Handler. Okay, next we'll move to Ms. Barnes, and then Ms. Decker, and then Mr. Barnes. Tana, go ahead and start when you're ready. We have your slides up.
Hello, my name is Tana Barnes. I own property at 4077 West Plum Street, and I am a member of the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association and Boise Neighbors for Better Housing. Next slide, please. The Boise Police Department has stated as part of this record that calls for service associated with the current facility near downtown will shift to the proposed location in Veterans Park neighborhood. This should be alarming in itself, as this is a predominantly residential neighborhood. As previously presented by Katie Decker and outlined it in the Shoreline CPTED study conducted by BPD, calls for service to and near the current Interfaith Sanctuary are the highest in the city. The study found that since 2014, some addresses in the district consistently received the most calls for police service in the city. During 2016 to 2020, the area in proximity to Interfaith received approximately 9,000 calls for service, with 1,686 calls directly to the shelter. Logically, the city built a new police station on Fairview, just 500 feet from Interfaith Sanctuary, as the majority of calls for service originate from the area near the shelter. Most calls were responding to quality of life issues, and the new police station allows quick response times to maintain safety for the community of people experiencing homelessness. This new police station cost Boise taxpayers $4.3 million. On November 11th, 2021, the Idaho Statesman reported that as a side effect of the pandemic charged Great Resignation, the city is struggling to hire new police officers. This, compounded by a low entry-level salaries and extremely high cost of living in Boise, has caused a police department staffing deficit of 70 officers. Chief Lee also stated that he plans to hire 100 more officers in the next decade, but Boise's high cost of living will make this challenging. Moving the shelter away from downtown with the new police station and other social services where people experiencing homelessness congregate or stay will spread thin an already short-staffed police department. This will further burden the Boise Police Department and will hinder their ability to respond to calls throughout the city. Lastly, it is important to highlight that a vehicle struck a person while crossing the street in front of Interfaith Sanctuary several weeks ago. Can you imagine how devastating it must be for both the victim and the driver? West State Street is considerably more dangerous, and logic suggests that more vehicle pedestrian accidents will occur at this location. Also, I'd like to note that we had someone pull a knife on my neighbor. After calling in, the police response time was about 2 hours, and this was in the Veterans Park neighborhood, specifically within 500 feet from the proposed location. So based on my experience, I have a hard time understanding how the response times presented on last month will be met without calls falling through the cracks. That concludes it, and I thank everyone for their time tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Okay, next we'll hear from Ms. Decker and then Pete Barnes and then Dominique. Ms. Decker, go ahead and please unmute.
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
Who said that? Oh, it's a different Ms. Decker.
Oh, it's a different?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Thank you.
And it's not Miss Decker, it's Mr. Valentine Decker.
Oh, Mr. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. My name is Valentine Decker and I live at 5001 West Wymosa Street, Boise, Idaho. In my review of Interfaith's application, I noted that they rely very heavily on the accessibility to transit on the State Street corridor to justify this project. The staff report relies on the same feature to find compatibility with the comprehensive plan. I want to note for the record that the low-income community here already finds it difficult to accomplish their daily needs on transit. When my family volunteered as part of a host family team to help newly arrived refugee families integrate into the community, the most common type of support required was driving these families around to access social services, banks, groceries, the doctor, and other amenities. And we've also seen another refugee family, a father and his 5 kids under 10, walking back to our neighborhood after visiting their mother at St. Alice, a round trip of about 8 miles, even though there's a nearby bus stop. I only wish we'd seen them on the way there. Seniors in our neighborhood also rely on neighbors to help drive them around rather than using the bus. Even with nearby transit access, guests will continue to encounter barriers such as last mile connections, fare costs, which can add up if you've got a family with multiple kids, and a lack of connectivity in the Boise transit system. From my own experience, State Street Transit only really gets you to downtown. Any other destinations require transfers or timing that isn't feasible. If I were a guest trying to get a job anywhere other than in downtown or Eagle, I'd have to navigate transfers to other lines, perhaps even multiple times. And each transfer required increases the chances of missing a connection and being late to work or that job interview. That's why the comprehensive plan talks about having social services in the downtown corridor, in the downtown planning core, where there's walkable access to downtown employment and the transit hub, medical services, and the courts, not to mention access by foot to the other shelter options for prospective guests turned away once the shelter fills up. How will guests get from State Street shelter all the way to Rescue Mission downtown before intake closes and not to have to miss dinner? Our bus line also stops working at about 9:30 each night, which means guests working jobs other than the standard daytime shifts or guests leaving the shelter after hours will have difficulty finding transportation to or from the shelter. Taken together, I think that the numerous impacts identified for this proposal at this location outweigh the limited guest benefits from the transit access. I think you should deny the COP. I also note that the access bus services are already thinly stretched in this area. If the medically fragile services intend to rely on that, it would impact the already limited availability for others in our neighborhood that need them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Decker. Okay, next is Pete Barnes. Mr. Barnes, does the city have your slides?
Yes.
And what's the title of the document?
The title is, I'm sorry, my mouse is stuck here. CUP, it has Barnes at the end, or my property value, Pete property.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, and I had one quick question. I have an elderly neighbor, Elaine Morris, that she can't make it because she broke her ankle. Would I be allowed to talk for her as well?
You have 3 minutes. You can use it however you'd like.
Oh, can't talk for her as well? Okay.
No,
Can she
so
be on
you
the-
get 3 minutes to speak. So that can be your testimony, that can be somebody else's testimony, but you can only speak for 3 minutes.
Okay. All right. She didn't have internet, so that's why I asked. Okay. So hello, my name is Pete Barnes, Dr. Pete Barnes, and my property is at 4077 West Plum Street. And I'm here to speak to you about property value and the present data that wasn't previously submitted to the record. Next slide. Housing values in VPNA grew during COVID, but values have actually decreased in Interfaith application in April to the end of September. Unlike Boise as a whole, this table shows Boise's baseline market growth in the top 2 rows, with spot check properties within approximately 1,000 feet of the proposed site broken out below. Most properties show significant decreases, though some, including next to the proposed site, show modest increases below the Boise average. This may be related to automated faulty selection of comparable properties to include commercial listings for sale, such as Flying Pie, the Salvation Armor, or Ballard Point. The average change in the property vicinity in this 5-month period was 3.5% drop in value, while Boise experienced a growth of 9.6% on the same period. That is a 13% or greater relative loss in value. This decrease could be an effect of the stigmatization associated with the neighborhood, as some sellers have reported that real estate instructed them to list as soon as possible before the shelter may be approved. Many property owners here purchased years or decades before the current housing crisis, yet pre-COVID data. Approximately 3% of the owners were cost burdened. Among this population, liquid assets like 401ks and cash savings are very rare. The home is the primary vehicle of net worth and retirement for these people. The opportunity to relocate within Boise is constrained because values are depressed below the growth in other areas. Continued drop in value would make this effect stronger. I urge you to deny CUP due to the impact of the surrounding area. Next slide. This slide presents the raw data for the record. These are Zillow estimates for housing values of the last slide I was based on. Next slide. Many other sources were reviewed, including and after the shouting pieces of the applicant referenced. Assessed that the impact of the transitional housing or permanent supportive housing and typical did not find a negative impact. This should not be conflated with shelter. Also, the number of units in the housing developments in these studies were typically much smaller than the Interfaith proposal. One study regarding small shelters of 25 to 34 beds did find increase in property value, but attributed them to conversion of the land from residential to commercial use. Next slide. We address property values because they are measurable indicators of the impact on surrounding property. They also serve as a proxy for the quality of life impact. A drop in the property value represents a broad agreement among buyers that quality of life will be lower near emergency shelter. The effect that we see in VPNA reflects a 2019 New York City study and found decreases in residential value surrounding shelters. Shelters had a negative impact on residential properties valued within at least 1,000 feet. The study predicts a drop of 7.1% within 500 feet of the emergency shelter, or for the site like this, within 1,000 feet of another emergency shelter, drops to 24.5%. My home alone has dropped $40,000 during this 5-month period. It's unbelievable. You're asking me to put my savings.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes.
Thanks.
Okay, next we'll hear from Dominique. And Cindy, did you see the note about the slide? Just give us 1 sec here, Dominique. We'll get you all set up. Okay, Dominique, you should be able to unmute now and your slides are up.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Dominique Tardif. I'm a member of the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association. I live at 5002 West Alamosa Street, 87703, about a quarter mile from the former Salvation Army property and a stone's throw from the Greenbelt. And now I'll start my testimony. Thank you. The purpose of the Boise Development Code is clearly spelled out as to promote the public health, safety, and general welfare of present and future residents, and to stimulate economic activity and a variety of housing choices. Unfortunately, the IFS proposal fails to meet any of these criteria. Next slide, please. Interfaith proposal mixes many different groups together, and it is well understood that mixed populations are unsafe. And though IFS would have you believe that demographics will be kept separate, the fact is that single men, single women, young children and families, as well as medically fragile, will all be in very close contact to each other, whether at the playground, bike racks, other shared outdoor spaces, the family entrance opening into the communal classroom area of the singles side, the classrooms, and more. There will be very little real separation and protection. It is well known that women often avoid shelter due to fear of crime and victimization, and that children need to be protected from adult males who may be experiencing mental health or substance abuse issues. And again, cramming so many people together in so little space will intrinsically lead to poor outcomes and unsafe conditions. Only a fundamental design change can address this issue. Separating populations is a well understood best practice for increasing safety. Salt Lake City closed its Rio Grande shelter in favor of creating separate shelters for different groups. This is to correct the many safety problems they were having due to the mixed environment. Quote, each has been assigned a specific homeless population who will be able to stay in a secure sanitary facility during a short period of emergency shelter, end quote. The stories related by so many using large mixed population shelters are overwhelming, unsafe. The National Institute of Health shares that, quote, the places where homeless individuals frequent are a male-dominated sphere, making women a minority group and vulnerable to violent victimization or sexual assault. Similarly, women report feeling unsafe in these co-ed facilities, end quote. And that, quote, many of the women in our sample also reported being victims of crimes such as robbery, theft, and assault. 14.4% told us that it happened while they were staying at a homeless shelter, end quote. And its children too, as related by another prominent study, quote, mothers found that their children were in danger from other residents who were angry and hostile. Ellie threatened to find a residence to protect her daughter. One of them was getting fresh with my oldest girl, kept on trying to feel them or talk about how good she was supposed to look and all this stuff. A lot of time my kids were missing out on eating the way they should because we'd wait until everybody else was done eating. It was more violent there. Please deny the CUP application. As mentioned in these fundamental problems in IFS's proposed design, no conditions can fix this, only a fundamental redesign into multiple smaller shelters. It's the low barrier aspect of the shelter that I am personally most concerned about. If it was just transitional housing, I would be all for this, but the low barrier shelter is a deal breaker for this neighborhood. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Ms. Tardif. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. I see 8 hands still raised online. So this is last call to get in that queue and raise your hands. Just to clarify for the people online, the only names I see raised are Elaine Garris, Jeff Jacobs, Denise Caruzzi, Candy Schultz, Charlene Pickett, Corey Erickson, Deborah Frank, and Gary Zimmerman. So that's the list right now. If you would like to still be on it, please raise your hand now. Otherwise, it looks like that'll be the last of our online testimony. And we will be back at about 9.
Yeah, I did it right.
I think you're great.
Now let's try.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Jacobs.
And I live on 4920 Wimosa. Thanks. And I just wanted to say, you know, I don't understand why this place had to, why you're moving that the shelter over by my house. My son is 8 years old. I've taken him over to Rhodes Park. He loves going there. The first time we went there, and several times after that, I know this area is going to turn into that. I couldn't even let him use the bathroom. I was waiting in line for it once, and when the door opened, there's marijuana smoke just piling out, and that's going to turn into our parks, is what I feel like. You know, I'm not saying all of them, homeless are using drugs or anything like that, but that's my experience at Rhodes. And my kid, I send him over to the park all the time. You know, he goes and he's old enough to, I feel like, to go with older friends, and I don't want that happening down at Willow Lane Park, is his favorite park. So I mean, I just kind of ask you to put yourself in my shoes and see what you know, if that's what you want for your kids too, you know. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Garris, please go ahead and unmute when you're ready and start with your name and address.
Hello, my name is Elaine Garris, and I live at 3315 North Sycamore. I don't think anyone else has addressed the HUD and the Idaho Housing and Finance Association, or IHFA, roles in this project. As a reminder, after repeatedly stating that this project would be 100% privately funded during the January and February presentation to the neighbors, Interfaith Sanctuary and IHFA applied for a $1 million HUD grant in February to fund the project. The record shows that the application was already being prepared in January before Interfaith statements on funding. The grant they applied for was emergency COVID funding, even though congregate shelters contribute to the spread of COVID. Also, because it was a federal grant, it required an environmental assessment, which includes consideration of human health, economic and social effects, and environmental justice. In short, all of the types of concerns that the neighborhood has been raising for this project. But the environmental assessment didn't acknowledge impacts to identify mitigations in any of these areas. Eventually, after the public learned about the grant and submitted comments, the grant application was withdrawn. IHFA tried to walk back the application as, quote, a poor fit, unquote. The basic due diligence required to find that a congregate shelter wouldn't be eligible for COVID funding should certainly have been completed before the application was submitted. The grant was also later characterized as just a, quote, potential resource, unquote, for the move. But failure to get the grant delayed the previously announced closing date by at least a month. That sounds like no backup plan was in place. This whole HUD grant application seemed hidden and mismanaged to those of us concerned. And the consistent avoidance of taking impacts seriously makes residents concerned that if a shelter is opened, impacts will still be ignored. Although IHFA did end up funding the project through a loan, the IHFA's vice president acknowledged that neighbors, quote, have valid concerns, unquote, in an April 1st, 2021 Boise Dev article. He also noted that disproportionate impact on low-income neighborhood should be considered when finding a project location, and that how the project is executed and how concerns are managed on and around the site should be considered. This was in April, and we still don't have security plans or operation plans describing how on and off-site concerns will be managed. This CUP should be denied. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Garris. Okay, next we'll hear from Ms. Caruzzi and then Ms. Schultz and then Ms. Pickett. Ms. Caruzzi, go ahead when you're ready. Please start with your name and address.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is Denise Caruzzi and I live at 1102 North 19th Street in Boise. Very few participants in this process have the expertise to evaluate interface operations, nor are snippets of reports from other cities helpful to the questions before us. But I do have 3 quick comments. 1, Boise and our broader community need the services provided by Interfaith today, and the problems of homelessness continue to increase in Boise. At the moment, we need many more beds than Interfaith proposes or has room to manage. 2, Interfaith has long demonstrated a history of highly effective program delivery, and they continue to expand and improve over time. They are the experts, and they provide a critical bridge for people in crisis. 3, and perhaps the only truly pertinent one, is the current zoning for the proposed State Street location is not only appropriate and compatible, but one of the few available anywhere in Boise. If not here, where? Yes, we need more affordable housing, absolutely, and we need more shelter space until permanent housing can be accessed. But today's needs are critical. In summary, we need it. Interfaith does this work well, and the location works. Please approve this application quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crazy. Okay, Ms. Schultz, and then Pickett, and then Deborah Frank, and then Gary Zimmerman appears to be our last. Ms. Schultz, go ahead and unmute and start with your name and address, please.
Should be a couple of slides called Pockets of Poverty, Candy Schultz.
Great, just give us one moment.
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Candy Schultz. I live at 2972 Innis Street in the Veterans Park neighborhood, less than 600 feet from the proposed location, and I've lived here since 1991. If you look at that arrow, the term pockets of poverty was stated that this neighborhood isn't that low income, but pockets of poverty do exist. One of the most extreme pockets of poverty in the Veterans Park neighborhood is outlined with the yellow rectangles in the Google Maps slide. The red arrow is pointing to the old Salvation Army. If you rotate that arrow, you went too soon, that's okay. If you rotate that arrow as if you were pointing to Bogus Basin, my house is behind the proposed building. If you, and I am able to see the roof of the Salvation Army from my front yard. My daughter and I live here. She is 32. We've lived here since she was 2 years old. If she did not live with me, we would not be able to do this. We took on a project of completely remodeling this year, and it looks like an entirely new house. So the next slide shows photos of the nearest neighbors to the proposed facility. The Riley's Trailer Park to the southwest shares a fence line with the proposed location and is only 20 feet from the building. Across State Street is another group of trailers. They will directly experience the consequences of the concentration of extremely vulnerable populations into a very small area. CUP 21-00026 should not be approved. There has simply not been enough studies done within the neighborhood to justify the impact this will have on sewer, water, and traffic. Where are the environmental impact studies that should have been done? I would like to think that our surrounding neighborhood will never look like several blocks that surround the current IFS location on River Street. But if this cut passes, it is inevitable that our neighborhood will never be the same. And I appreciate all of your time listening to everything that we all have to say about where we live and where we love to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Okay, on to Ms. Pickett. Just give us a moment here.
Madam Chair, Ms. Pickett is using an older version of Zoom. I have to promote her to panelist. So let's go to Deborah Frank.
Okay, great. And Ms. Frank has slides. Okay, Ms. Frank, you will be up next. And let us just get 1 second to pull your slides up.
Oh.
And then Ms. Pickett will come back to you after Ms. Frank.
Oh boy, you guys can see me, huh?
Okay, Ms. Frank, you should be all set to go.
There we go. Thank you for unmuting me. My name is Deborah Frank. I'm a member of the Boise Neighbors for Better Housing. I live in the Sunset neighborhood at 2216 North 35th Street. I'm 7/10 of a mile from the proposed warehouse. Next slide. The purpose of Boise's developmental code is clearly spelled out as to promote the public health, safety, and general welfare of present and future residents, and to stimulate economic activity and a variety of houses and housing choices. Unfortunately, the IFS proposal fails to meet any of these criteria. Next slide, please. It is well understood that congregate shelter is unsafe, with well over 205 people living in communal sleeping, bathing, recreation, and dining arrangements. We can expect crowded conditions that strip the dignity from the very people we hope to give a hand up to. We can also expect the rapid spread of diseases like TB, SARS, H1N1, or today's ever-evolving COVID. We now face the Omicron variant that again highlights the uncertainty regarding when this pandemic may ever end. Is this a time to invest in congregate shelter? HUD clearly recommends a best practice of individual bedroom and individual bathroom, and has made almost $3 million, yes, $3 million available to Boise for the creation or purchase of a non-congregate shelter. Advocacy groups for homeless, government agencies, and governments all agree that non-congregate shelters are the way to go. The National Coalition for Homelessness says large congregate living shelters did not work and we should never go back to those days. The National Alliance to End Homelessness speaks of an increased understanding that private, non-congregate space has obvious benefits for people in shelter. Kings County, the home of Seattle, and the University of Washington say, even before COVID, we've known that non-congregate is the best way to go. Even Interfaith Sanctuary has spoken well of the benefits of non-congregate shelters on outcomes. But Interfaith Sanctuary stubbornly plunges ahead with an inflexible plan for congregate shelter. There are no conditions that can address the problems created, except for a fundamental design change. Again, is this the time to invest in congregate shelter? I plead with you to deny this conditional use permit. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Zimmerman and then a Corey Erickson, and that looks like that'll be the end of it. Mr. Zimmerman, please go ahead and unmute and start with your name and address.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for taking this time to hear me. My name is Gary Zimmerman. I'm with the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association. I live at 4375 Plum, just a short distance from the proposed shelter. Throughout this hearing, you have consistently heard facts and evidence that clearly show lack of compatibility, undue burdens, unmitigable impacts, and lack of compliance with the comprehensive plan. When we look at Interfaith's current site, these facts and their impacts are evident. In the vicinity, we have seen numerous photos and emails of properties adversely impacted, businesses at risk, and developers treating Interfaith as a threat. And we've heard Chiefs Lee and Niemeyer both say these impacts would move to State Street. And when Interfaith points to the unsheltered and the nearby day shelter as the cause, all we have to do is look at Interfaith's plans for a day shelter with no conditions to regulate its use. How are the neighbors and businesses on State Street supposed to feel safe when after almost a year, Interfaith has not presented or prepared a comprehensive security plan? How are they supposed to thrive when the proposed move of Interfaith goes against both comprehensive and neighborhood plans, which promote neighborhood-facing businesses and disallow uses which would expand into and impair residential properties? And whether we measure Interfaith's proposal against their current operation or best practices in other jurisdictions, we see the same thing: inadequate measures to protect properties, lack of proactive effort to make conditions outside of their property better, and a general lack of regard for their neighborhood. And the issues are broad. They range from large increases in crime, citing the shelter with its school, daycare, and playground next to a bar and strip club, to impairing the success of the heavily invested in State Street URD. And don't forget, 1/4 of the property is R1C. To grant an exception for that, the use must be of equal or less impact than the allowed R1C uses and benefit the immediate community. There is no way the proposed use meets that bar. And you must not be swayed by Our Path Home voting to support the move, as it has both a clear conflict of interest and no bearing on the proceedings. And you must also ignore those who say the Shelter Better Task Force selected the State Street site, which is both irrelevant and untrue, particularly when there are many available properties that meet requirements. Your task is straightforward: to ensure that the applicant's proposal meets the purpose of and criteria in the code, not that Interfaith has to find a place, not that State Street site is bigger than River. And even if you could condition this application to sufficiently mitigate some of the impacts, it could never address the many impacts which are basic human behaviors. You must vote no on Cut 2126. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. Okay, we're going to scoot back over to Charlene Pickett. Charlene, I'm sorry I left you hanging out there. Please start when you're ready with your name and address.
Thank you. My name is Charlene Pickett, and my address is 4823 Willow Lane. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my input, along with the majority of my neighbors who have significant and valid concerns regarding this proposed site for such a large homeless shelter. I am extremely disturbed about the large number of people they are proposing to house at this shelter. A big concern of mine is where are guests expected to go during the day. There is very limited daytime use space inside the shelter. We can only assume that guests will look for quieter spaces outside the shelter, such as in the neighborhood, the park, or along the river. There will be a large number of unknown, temporary, and transient guests that are typically not in our neighborhood, which I believe affects the character and feeling of safety in our park and our neighborhood. In the past, I had no concerns about letting my tween children walk a few blocks to the park to play on their own. In the spring, summer, and fall, there are many kids playing at the park unsupervised while their parents are playing softball at the athletic complex. My kids are teens now, but I still will not feel safe letting my kids walk to the bus stop on their own. Also, I walk my dog every day, twice a day, along the street, near the green belt, and around the park. should this shelter go in, I personally will feel uneasy not knowing who the guests are and why they may be hanging around the park. In our close-knit community, we have relationships with our neighbors, and many allow our kids to range through the neighborhood on their own. With the likeliness of more transient guests hanging around the neighborhood, if the shelter should go in, I really feel this will impact the safety and feel of the neighborhood. I feel it will be compromised. The proposed site just isn't large enough to provide a home for all of the guests they'd like to serve. I wonder where the guests will store their possessions and cars that may or may not be operational. When looking at the plans, there are only a couple of spaces dedicated to their personal storage. There are homeless who are attempting to live out of their cars to protect their possessions by storing their things in their cars. The on-site storage available to them and parking is not enough at this site. Without the provision of secured off-site parking to care for these possessions and their cars that may not be operational, we can only assume that these vehicles and belongings will continue to overflow into the surrounding community. For so many reasons, I urge you to deny this conditional use permit. Again, thank you for your time and listening to everyone's testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Pickett. Okay, so I have one hand raised under the name Corey Erickson. If you still think you have your hand raised, please unmute and start speaking.
Hi, thank you. It's not Corey Erickson. My name is Tim Flaherty.
Tim, I'm sorry, Tim, can you repeat your last name again?
Yes, Flaherty.
Flaherty.
My address is 6225 West Overland Road in Boise, Idaho, 83709. Many of you know me. I was the former president of the Downtown Boise Neighborhood Association for a number of years, and I've spoken before you a number of times.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Flaherty.
So the reason I wanted to jump on, and I know it's late, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak. I submitted some written comments, but I really wanted to put a punchline on the fact that I really feel like this shelter really is best suited for a downtown location. Moving the shelter outside of the core of our city is going to be very difficult for the people that need to utilize its services. Having the shelters in close proximity to each other allows them, those who are seeking services, to be able to easily get between the different shelters. I think you've probably heard this over and over again, and so I don't need to belabor the point, but I just really wanted to say my piece and thank you all for taking all the time that you have. And that's really all I have for you right now. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. Okay, we made it through 62 people tonight. That's not bad. And I think is there anybody else in-house that has not testified that was hoping to testify? This is my last call for testimony. I just wanted to make sure nobody snuck in once we got started with the online testimony. Okay, seeing none, then this closes the public portion of the hearing and we'll move to rebuttal from the applicant. So exciting. Mr. Wardle, you'll have 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, before I begin, I just want to make a few procedural observations that I'd previously discussed with your counsel. First of all, we do object on the record for the duplicative testimony of the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association president. We believe that that's inappropriate and it was inconsistent with Boise City Code. We also object to the inclusion of comments from the 3 neighborhood associations. We think that that standard was not satisfied. And finally, I do object to a 5-minute rebuttal. I know it's by code. I know that's what the requirement is. But due process is not served by taking 10 hours of largely hostile negative testimony. So I would encourage you strongly, as you evaluate your future code, to address and remedy these issues. Madam Chair, Commissioners, 5 minutes is not sufficient to provide you with the information that you require. We had 4 hours of questions. We've had 10 hours of testimony. We've had a lot of hyperbole, and we've had a lot of what I would say is just out and out unacceptable communication about an issue that is critical to this community. Before you close the record today, if you have any questions, ask them of me, because I do not want speculation when you finally get around to deliberating about what we do. As set forth in our application, the reason Interfaith Sanctuary is doing this is to increase the opportunities for the homeless, to increase the ability to serve families, to increase the ability to serve the medically fragile. That's why we have worked for nearly a year with your staff on this application to get here tonight. Mr. Erstad and his team had their pre-application meeting almost a year ago. At every turn, we have deferred to the city and its requests. Commissioner Danley, Commissioner Blanchard criticized the scope and depth of our application, and I would posit that there is absolutely no basis in your code to have required those things of us on the basis of a deferral. But if you had asked for it, I would have assured you that you would get it, because my clients make complete applications. Everybody's ignored the fact that we're doing this to increase medical services in conjunction with our medical service providers, Terry Riley Health and FMRI of Idaho. Everyone has ignored the fact, for all of the traffic concerns, that our guests cross an interstate off-ramp at River Street to get to this location. They ignore the fact that until COVID, we were serving 160 people a day every evening in the type of hellhole that they've told you about. So we come forward with an application, and we heard the neighbors, and we modified that application. We increased the housing for families. We increased the storage space. We increased the individual private space that people could establish and have in an existing building in a C2 zone. Now, I think it's really important. There's been a lot of discussion about what is zoning. In this city, this body, in conjunction with the city council, has made a determination that there are only 4 zones where this use is permitted. And every zone requires a conditional use permit. So what are the standards? Well, I would posit to you that from what you have heard repeatedly opponents of this application say, well, there are no conditions that could be imposed to make this acceptable. Well, if that's the case, and you oppose low barrier shelters, which is what we are and what we provide, you are guaranteeing the examples that have repeatedly been cited in other jurisdictions. Idaho, and Boise in particular, has done this, has done it right, has done it well. No thanks to the city of Boise. Interfaith Sanctuary came about because of a policy failure by the city of Boise in serving the needs of the homeless. And it fell to the faith community to serve them. And you heard criticism tonight that we served them illegally. Well, what are we going to do now? This is the Schrodinger application. We're simultaneously in 2 separate urban renewal areas that are damaging to both. What has this city done, though? We had no qualms whatsoever granting a conditional use permit for City Light Shelter on Jefferson, which is as close to other commercial and residential uses. The same thing with River of Life on 13th Street, that is as close. I understand the concerns, and we want to have a legitimate policy discussion, but I will not for a second ever accept the notion that the homeless should be shunted to industrial areas. We keep hearing about the intensive use. We've heard suggestions that, oh, they should be at the airport. They should be at the tank farm. They should be at Steelhead. You have no humanity if that is your position. I know this neighborhood.
Time.
I grew up in this neighborhood.
Thank you.
My grandparents managed a mobile home park.
Thank
in
you,
this
Mr.
neighborhood.
Wardall. That's the end of time.
And all I can say,
Mr. Wardall.
I know, but all I can say is, having lived there, I am grateful that I left, because I am shocked and appalled.
Thank you,
at
Mr.
what
Wardall.
neighbors
Per
have
time,
done.
per our code, that's the end of time. Thank you. I agree. It's tough to get through 10 hours of testimony and rebut it all in 5 minutes. But such is our code. Okay. So with that, the public portion of the hearing is closed. The item is now before the commission. Noting the late hour, though, I would love to take 5 minutes and I guess I can ask on the record. How does everybody feel about pushing through, taking a break? Okay.
Madam Chairman.
Yeah.
Before we take a break, just if I may just take a short point of privilege.
Please.
First of all,
Commissioner
thank you
Gillespie.
to everybody who I have taken notes on every single person who testified. I have 140 lines on this piece of paper. So I'm grateful for that. I think when we come back from break, we might think logically about the question that Commissioner Danley and Commissioner Blanchard asked about, does anyone want to move to defer to get more information, basically? And we maybe ought to try and wrestle that one we don't have to do that. Anyone can make any motion they want. But if we can wrestle that one to the ground, yes or no, then we can move on. If the answer is no, we can move on towards deliberating to, a decision at some point, being mindful of the hour. So that just something before we take our break, we might all ponder.
Thank you. Yeah, we will be back at about 8 minutes after the hour. Okay, we're back. Thanks for everybody's patience. So the item is now before the commission.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So permission to, from you and the commission to just again make a just point of personal privilege and talk about where I'm at on the question of a deferral.
Yes, please go ahead, Commissioner Gillespie.
So I would, I think, just as it was last hearing, there is some, we might hear a motion to defer pending the completion of the security plan, which is mentioned in condition 20. In references the BPD letter dated November 5th. So just as I did then, I will oppose that motion to defer for several reasons. One, I think we have more than adequate evidence in the record as to whether or not the permit application as it sits now meets the 5 criteria that we're instructed to look at. I don't think it's the city's job to, in a sense, coach or provide the applicant with a roadmap to getting a permit approved. They've submitted their permit. They've had plenty of time to work on it. It is what it is. The city does not have any reporting requirements for this use in this zone. And LUPA is clear that we may require additional reports or studies, but it doesn't say we shall. So I don't think the city has an obligation to lay out for the applicant exactly what would be required to meet those 5 conditions. That's just my point of view on this. So I'm ready to, make a decision based on the permit and based on the evidence before us.
Thank you, Commissioner Gillespie.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Danley.
I'm not sure what the procedural step to begin a conversation minus a motion is. So I'm just going to ask for permission because I'm not going to be making a motion, if that's okay. I'd like to kind of use the same general preface as Commissioner Gillespie, and I'll make this brief. The attempt at, I'm going to get that, the attempt at the deferral, the first go around, was to prevent this right here, was to advance the ball and to get us into a position of having more information to base our decision upon with regard to mitigation, which is flat out one of our requirements, whether it's LUPA, whether it's our city code. And the record is pretty clear. I went back as well and watched the video 416 mark of the first hearing. Go see for yourself. Last hearing as well. That didn't seem like it was much of an interest, and nothing I can do about that. I feel like for me, I did as much as I could to try to advance that bit of information and try to get us to a place where the information may be helpful to make a decision on the adequacy of the mitigation. That option was not taken. So here we are. And I don't feel comfortable deferring this yet again. I think I already know the answer, even if we tried. So I'm not going to make that motion tonight.
Okay. So we have a couple of non-motion makers. Great.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
Might I encourage us to therefore proceed to assessing the permit utilizing the 5 CUP approval criteria?
Yes, absolutely. I wonder, do we need a motion on the table though, before we get deep into the deliberation? James, no, we don't. Okay, great. Okay, so then Celine.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, appreciate the conversation about needing more information or not. I think it would be good to have everyone on the record and making sure that there should be no motion if that's the case. As far as deliberation goes, again, you guys certainly can defer due to lateness of hour if you don't want to start up deliberation this evening.
Thank you. Great.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Squires.
I have had severe anxiety about this project. I know what I want to do. I can't get there right now. If I had been here last week, I would have supported the Chris's, Commissioner Blanchard and Commissioner Danley. It's really hard to know, for me, how this plan will mitigate adverse impacts to neighbors without understanding what the plan looks like. I don't understand what it looks like. I see some conditions, but that could go a variety of ways within BPD's memo. So for me, I can count the votes. We're not there, but I have a huge issue with not having that information, and I've been trying to get there, but I just, my conscience won't let me.
Thank you, Commissioner Squires. Would anybody else like to add to the record on this area?
Madam Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie?
I mean, maybe we all ought to, if anyone wants to make a motion to defer to get the security plan or any other information, now's the time.
Now's the time. I mean, right. It needs to happen. I know that I feel as if we're not getting all the information from the commission right now, and we'd love to get a little bit more on the record from other commissioners that haven't spoken yet before there's a motion. Well, or make a motion, I guess. I can't do either. So.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
So I would not be in support of a motion to defer for the security plan. I think that the security plan is largely it's largely tied to condition number 4 or to approval criteria number 4. That's in our purview to define what those adverse impacts are. And I think that the security plan is going to be in response to any conditions that we apply in response to our deliberations and in response to kind of our summary of the comments that we've received over the past 2 hearings. And I think that that is in our purview to define. In terms of the application of condition 4, I think that is the Boise Police Department's expertise in terms of how that's carried out. But I think that approval criteria 4 is our purview, and defining what those adverse impacts are is our purview. And so I'm not in support of that deferral.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Mooney.
I'm also not going to move to defer for the same reasons Commissioner Moore just related. I also believe those conditions and that adverse impact is of greatest concern to everyone here. And we're basically charged with applying the code and projecting forward what is going to happen based on conditions of approval or not. So I'm ready to make a decision.
Thank you. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Danley.
Just additional thinking here is one of the discussion points that was made at the very first meeting, and is I think being suggested here, is that there's an opportunity for this commission to potentially add conditions with respect to security. That isn't our job. None of us are security experts. We are citizen volunteers acting on a land use application. The security information that we need to make this decision, and whether or not there's some degree of mitigation that should be added, tweaked, what have you, that's a different standard. That's the job, in my opinion, of the police department and the applicant to work together, to present to us and present to the public so that they can see it for themselves and they can chime in on that. They've not been given the opportunity to do that. We have no information on whether there's any mitigation here on this issue. For the folks who are in the building, for the folks who live around the building, and the general neighborhood and the city at large, we have none of that. So how can we make a decision and tweak a few things, suggest that here's maybe an adverse effect, and maybe we come up with the security language? That's not our job. That was the intent of the motion last time, the purpose of the discussion the first meeting, and part of what we're here about now. So
thank you, Commissioner Danley. It's interesting because actually most of what you said, I agree with wholeheartedly, in that we are citizen volunteers looking at land use. So I have to take the word of the applicant and the Boise Police Department to say, this is a adequate security plan. Me looking at that security plan more specifically is, again, me trusting them, the experts, that they are giving me the right information. So to me, having that plan in hand is no different than me understanding that they need that to get to the next step of the process.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
If I could frame how I think about it. Look, we have the permit, we have the conditions. You can either, look at the permit as it is now with the conditions it has, and vote yes or no. Or you can try and add conditions. And if you think the conditions that this group adds through amendment or whatever meet your criteria for adverse impact and undue burden, then again, you can vote yes or no. So I'm okay not deferring and sort of working through that process, and then everybody gets to vote. That's what we do. And I don't think the process is in any way defective in a fundamental sense. If there's people who are saying, wow, I don't see it. Okay, fine. You don't see it. Vote how you want.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I think I guess I don't expect us to deliberate to an answer tonight on the entire project. But if a commissioner is feeling that there should be a motion for more information, now is the time for that. And if not, then we will defer for lateness of hour and spend the time that this application deserves deliberating on it at our next hearing. I know based on the hours of questioning we had, there will likely be hours of deliberation. And I want to make sure that everybody is as prepared. It's a big record, that we have full opportunity to clearly state our voice on this and our opinions on this. And it's already 10:30. So again, I can't make a motion.
I can.
Commissioner,
I'm good at that. Madam Chairman, I move that.
Okay, Commissioner Gillespie. No, go ahead. I was just going to do like a last call.
No, I want to
anybody
defer
that had that needs more information or wants to make that kind of a motion. Commissioner Squires.
First, a question. Do we know which date we're setting this to, or is that part of the motion?
I think our next meeting is January 3rd.
Is that the date that
Madam Chair, Commissioners, that is correct. January 3rd is our next scheduled hearing.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I would make a motion that prior to the next public hearing on this project, that a mitigation plan is submitted to staff and to the commission for our review.
Does that motion have a second?
Point of clarity.
Commissioner Danley?
The motion was a mitigation plan. Is there more specificity to that, or is there more detail than mitigation? We've been talking about, the reason I asked is we've been obviously talking about security. I know Commissioner Blanchard had some concerns about operation, so I wasn't sure if there's anything more detailed there.
Madam Chairman and members of the commission.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Squires.
So
for the record,
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I'm sorry for just calling you Ashley.
I'm used to running these meetings myself. The clarity I was looking for was clarity regarding condition number 20 specifically. That states the applicant shall submit a security plan to planning and development services for review.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Danley. So, and I'm going to just clarify, I think maybe James can clarify for us, our city attorney, if we are presented with a security plan at the January 3rd hearing, does that reopen public testimony?
For the record, Madam Chair, James Smith, Deputy City Attorney, requesting and then receiving additional information from a party in this matter at this point, having closed the public hearing, we'd advise reopening the public hearing for other parties to be heard to have the opportunity to review and rebut that information. So that would be the posture on receiving new information if the applicant chooses to submit it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Gillespie.
Again, I'll oppose the motion to essentially defer for both the lateness hour and to gather more information. I think we've heard testimony from both the applicant and opponents that there's been, everyone's had plenty of time to think about it. The record's the record. Right. We know that the applicant and VP&A and others have been discussing the mitigation issues for some time. Again, the record's the record. We have what we have. And I don't think it's the city's job to sort of lead the applicant, through that process. So I oppose deferral or the condition in the deferral that a mitigation plan or any additional information be developed before we can proceed to deliberation on our own.
Okay. So at this point, we have a motion on the table to specifically defer for a security plan and more information on the security plan for the January 3rd hearing. Will the clerk please call the vote on that?
Stead?
No.
No Schaefer, recused. Squires?
Aye.
Blanchard?
No.
Moore?
No.
Gillespie?
No.
Finfrock?
No.
Stanley?
Aye.
Mooney?
No.
Motion fails, 6 opposed, 2 in favor.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
I move that we defer further deliberation due to lateness of hour until our January 3rd meeting.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Moore.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
Just, everyone knows this, but it's a huge, huge record. And, a judge might have weeks to go through it and figure out what they think. So I just think it's wise and prudent at this hour, and given the size of the record, to wait until January 3rd to pick this back up.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
And to tag on to Commissioner Gillespie's comments, I'd like to deliberate with this for quite a while. There's a lot here. And as Commissioner Gillespie alluded to, it's a huge record. And there's a lot to discuss, a lot to unpack, and a lot to just be sure we get it right. We're as near to right as we possibly can. So yeah, I think having as much time as we can is my personal preference.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Blanchard.
I'm actually very grateful for the motion. I'm sure Commissioner Gillespie finds that as a surprise, but yeah, I think that the applicant deserves, you know, a full hearing. And I think that the residents of the neighborhood deserve a full hearing. And I think that we should defer to a later date so that everybody can say their piece and be organized after we've heard and we've read 4,000 or 6,000 pages of record. And I've got extensive notes that I'd like to go over. And I know maybe other people on the commission need time to do that. And I think everyone deserves this citywide. So I'm very pleased with the motion. I will be supporting it.
Okay, and I will support the motion too. I wish that we could have gotten through this process more quickly for the city's sake, for the applicant's sake. I know that we have other applicants now piling up in the queue, and I apologize to them. But this is a tremendous. I've been on the commission for almost 5 years now, and I've never seen this robust of participation, and that's important. And ultimately that's what we're here for, is to facilitate that process. So I will also be supporting the motion. Okay, so if there's no further discussion, we have a motion on the table for the lateness of hour, defer our deliberation until the January 3rd hearing. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Ted.
Aye.
Schaefer. Not Schaefer. Squires.
Aye.
Blanchard.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Gillespie.
Aye.
Simfrock.
Aye.
Danley.
Aye.
Mooney.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner
Before we
Gillespie.
adjourn,
Madam Chair, we do have deferrals.
We do have other deferrals, so we're not quite adjourned yet.
Oh, please.
Did you want to still say something now, or are you saving it? Okay, so the next item that we would consider deferral for is item number 3. This is PUD 21-54 for Cushing Terrell. This is a reconsideration from November 15th, 2021 at 2506 West Targhee Street, a conditional use permit for planned residential development comprised of 46 multifamily units. We are proposing deferral to January 3rd. Is the applicant present? And are you available to return on January 3rd? To the mic so we can have it on the record, and I couldn't quite hear.
My name is Brett and I'm the applicant. Unfortunately, my business deal has to have me buy the property by the end of the year. I can't purchase the property by the end of the year if I don't have this approval. So the project will not exist on January 3rd. And I've answered all the questions that have come about. We have another staff report that supports it. None of the parking is on the street anymore. The unit count went from 50 to 46. There's no longer a backyard, the rear yard easement. So I know it's late, but I'd really like.
Okay,
this right now.
I know, I'm so sorry. Unfortunately, unless we finished the project number 2, we could not get to project number 3. So I'm so sorry. But because we deferred project number 2, we have no choice but to defer project number 3. Okay.
Madam Chairman, I think we should still proceed procedurally to defer project 3 till our January 3rd meeting.
Great. I would love a motion for that.
I move that we defer item 3
Yes.
to our January 3rd meeting.
Perfect.
Second.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Due to the lateness of
To the lateness of hour. Great. So, and I think we have a second from Commissioner Moore to defer item number 3 due to the lateness of hour.
Yes.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, will the clerk please call the vote?
Ted.
Aye.
Schaefer. Wait, he's not here. Squires. Aye. Blanchard.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Gillespie.
Aye.
Finfrock. Aye. Danley.
Aye.
Mooney.
Aye.
Motion carries 8 in favor.
Okay, thank you. So next item is item number 6. This is CVA 21-49 for Donald O'Connor at 621 South Johnson Street. Is the applicant present? I do see one hand raised online, but I don't think that's the applicant.
Madam Chair, I think that was the applicant for the last one. Or I mean, I can unmute him if you'd like.
Okay.
But
Brian, I see that you have speaking capabilities now, or privileges. Would you mind unmuting and just letting me know which project you're here for?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just unmuted to speak on behalf of the Targhee that just got deferred. So
okay,
that's been settled.
Okay, yeah, and yes, has been. Thank you. Okay, well, so then I would look for a motion to defer CVA 21-49 to January 3rd.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Moore.
I move to defer item number 6, CVA 21-49 to our January 6th.
For
hearing
lateness of hour.
Because of lateness of hour.
Thank you.
Second.
Great, we have a second from Commissioner Mooney. If there's no discussion, will the clerk please call the vote?
Stead.
Aye.
Squires.
Aye.
Blanchard.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Gillespie.
Aye.
Finfrock. Aye. Danley.
Aye.
Mooney.
Aye.
Motion carries 8 in favor.
Okay, the last item is item number 8. This is CUP 21-57 for GGLO at 1522 State Street, parking reduction for multifamily development. I think the applicant had dropped off, but so I would entertain a motion because of the lateness of hour to defer item number 8. This is why we can't deliberate.
I know, because we get
Looking for
only
a
Moore
motion.
and I are still on the ball down here. Come on. I move, are we on item 8?
Yes, we are.
I move we defer item 8 to our January 3rd meeting due to the lateness of hour.
Second. Great. Second from Commissioner Finfrock. Way to get in there. If there's no further discussion, will the clerk please call the vote?
Stead.
Aye.
Squires.
Aye.
Blanchard.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Gillespie.
Aye.
Finfrock. Aye. Danley.
Aye.
Mooney.
Aye.
Motion carries 8 in favor.
We are.
Madam, dang it.
Oh, Commissioner Gillespie.
I was just gonna, point of information, Madam Chairman.
Please.
So we're in the deliberation phase, right? Go review ex parte communications. Think very carefully about what that means.
Mhm.
And just remember, we need to have all the discussion in public
room.
on this dais beginning January 3rd. Thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to it. And this meeting is adjourned.
Was the implication there that there's been discussions away from